We're going to go ahead and get started. Staff, just bring your conversations down. Thank you. I know we don't always get a chance to get together, so we play catch up, but it's good to have everybody here this morning. Want to welcome the Phillies organization who are here today. Good to have you in the room. I know we'll be having a 10-minute presentation. If there are specific questions from the board on the presentation, they can ask Brian at that point, and then we'll kind of go into some open discussion, and any questions about things from that point will be towards staff. So without further ado, we got a really busy schedule today, really important, exciting topics to discuss, and I look forward to that exchange of thoughts and ideas today. With that said, Brian Ungst Jr., come on up. And good to hear from you this morning. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a great honor and privilege to be here today representing the Philadelphia Phillies, who have been intrinsically intertwined in the fabric of our community for nearly 80 years. As you all know well, the Phillies have the second longest spring training relationship with the city of Clearwater in Major League Baseball history. We're only 1 year behind Lakeland and the Detroit Tigers, so we're doing pretty good in terms of being a trendsetter and leading the charge for local commitment to spring training and that sister city, sister community relationship with the city of brotherly love. As you know, the Phillies exude excellence throughout their entire organization, whether it's here in Clearwater and Pinellas County, in Philadelphia, or anywhere in between where they have a footprint. They are the longest continuously operating single name, single location team in the history of Major League Baseball. They are the epitome of stability. Founded in 1883, again, they've exuded excellence as an organization that entire time. They are the largest media market in the United States with only one Major League Baseball team, and they're the fourth largest media market in the country. As you know, their fans are committed, and they're committed to Clearwater, and they're committed to Pinellas County. We received the updated statistics for the 2026 spring training season. We had an attendance, paid attendance of 143,352, which is consistent with how we have performed every year over the last 25 years of our relationship at Baycare Ballpark, which, as you know, is the current home of the Phillies organization in Clearwater. The Phillies led the Grapefruit League in percentage of paid attendance. We had 106% capacity. So percentage of paid capacity, and we also had the highest single attended game in the Grapefruit League this year. So this is a relationship that has been nurtured for generations from yourselves, from your predecessors, and it will continue with the renewal of their lease, which expires in 2028, for an additional 20 years until 2047, which will have kept the Phillies continuously operating in Pinellas County for 100 years. And I'm very, very hopeful that I can make it to see that day, because that will be a very, very special day. But you are laying the groundwork to continue that proven success and that commitment and that dedication to nurturing that very special relationship with not just the Phillies organization, but with the entire Philadelphia community, that entire multi-state area, whether it's Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland. They're committed to us, and we're committed to them. These are some statistics on the historical funding. The ask today, you can see in the second part of the slide. Either way, whatever direction you provide today, the total commitment from the county in the entire 80-year history will add up to less than $100 million. As you know, the city of Clearwater commissioned an economic impact study which analyzed historic data over the last 20 years, so not speculative data, but actual economic data, and found that the Phillies have an economic impact of about $80 million per year going forward and on a going forward basis over the next 20 years based on that historic data. So that is a $1.6 billion minimum economic impact over the next 20 years based on the historic performance of this asset and of this relationship. So essentially, whatever funding level of TDC funding, tourist development dollars that you commit today, will be recouped in the first year of the renewed lease in 2028, 2029. This is the marketing assets. As you know, the Phillies provide significant marketing assets to Visit St. Pete Clearwater. That total was about $587,650 recently. In 2021, that contractual obligation to provide those assets ceased, but the Phillies continued to do it anyway because it was the right thing to do and because it's mutually beneficial for the Phillies to encourage and to continue to encourage the promotion of Visit St. Pete Clearwater. They work very closely with Mr. Loak and your consultants on updating those assets, making sure those assets are oriented to the things that you want to promote and that we want to demonstrate to the market about Visit St. Pete Clearwater. And you're very familiar with those assets, and you've seen a lot of those assets in your one-on-one meetings, and you've also seen them in practice when you visited Philadelphia. You've seen the folks who come here for the Phillies and their recognition of everything we have to offer as a community and their deep appreciation for everything we have to offer as a community. That's why you have thousands of people who get second homes here, who retire here from that market. That's also why it's no coincidence that Philadelphia is the #1 feeder market in hotel revenue for Pinellas County. This is a slide that was presented to the TDC, I believe, last month or maybe February. And you can see there, Philadelphia doubles the revenue from any other major market except New York City, and it's still about a quarter more revenue from Philadelphia than from New York City. So even though it's the 4th largest market in the United States, it's still the #1 market by far for Pinellas County, and that's simply not a coincidence. It just shows that seed that was planted in 1947 has grown into this incredibly beneficial relationship. I want to make it very clear for the public, and you all know this well, the money that you're talking about today is tourism development dollars that come from tourist overnight stays as a tax on tourism. It is not ad valorem property tax dollars. Not one penny of ad valorem property tax dollars is coming from Pinellas County to this project, and nor did it in 2004. That figure that you saw before was all TDT money. Not one penny is going to the Philadelphia Phillies. This is going to the city of Clearwater for their asset to renovate and bring up to date through 2047 this asset for an A-plus tenant, the Philadelphia Phillies. So this is all part of the lease renewal with the city of Clearwater. I also want to make it clear not one piece of public property is being transferred or conveyed to the Phillies. The Phillies actually invested in the southern portion of that shopping center to the tune of $22.5 million, which is a key activity center corner under the US 19 plan to activate that corner as a mixed-use development consistent with the US 19 plan. So not only will the continuity, the renewal of this relationship benefit from a tourism perspective, but it will also benefit from an activation and revitalization perspective for this key activity center corner on Drew Street and US 19 for the city of Clearwater. And we hope will act as a catalyst to redevelop other portions of that key activity center corner as well. You will not be able to read this, but it is available in your packets. This is the aerial site plan, and every box that you see there is tied to a key project component that is part of the term sheet that we've been negotiating with Administrator Burton and City Manager Poirier and your teams. Each one of these aspects of the project is laid out in a detailed narrative and also has a specific budget. So you will be able to see that when we get to the term sheet. Some of the fan amenities that you can see here are the video board replacement, replacing the field lights, larger concourse, upgrade to the West Plaza, expand and enhance concessions, entirely new fan seating, center field fan deck, which I'll show you in a minute, retail store expansion, which I know is very important to some folks because it is very difficult to get into that store during spring training. There are long, long lines to get into that store. Center field restrooms and new service to the berm, the diamond dugout restrooms upgrades, and enclosing first base club area and the suite hallway, addition to the south and west fan servicing elevators, refresh suite interiors and home plate concessions, and upgrade grounds crew area wayfinding signage. So I've got some aerials here. This is the aerial looking at the left field corner on the third baseline. You can see that the playground and the picnic area has been expanded and moved actually to the east of the concessions and the Frenchie's Tiki Bar. That Frenchie's Tiki Bar is staying put, but it is going to be expanded, so it's going to increase its footprint and increase its access. That picnic area and playground area will also allow for greater ingress egress. As you know, that area gets congested during the spring training games. We're adding concessions there to the left where the current playground is, and also some additional fan amenities in that area. This is the batter's eye, which you know exists today, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna put outfield restrooms on the bottom floor behind it, and then we're gonna put a fan amenity area above it, which will be a really unique feature and will really activate that batter's eye, which right now is kind of dead space unless you're trying to hit a fastball. So that will be another innovative fan amenity that we are providing as part of this project. This slide is looking from Carpenter's Complex. On the left, you can see that playground area and that picnic area. And then behind that, that facade would be the concession area. And then this is an image of the player development area and expanded administrative area. That concludes my presentation. I want to express my deep, sincere gratitude to Administrator Burton, City Manager Poirier, all of you county commissioners, Don Crowell, Mayor Rector, all of the city council members, because you all have been actively involved in understanding and participating in nurturing this relationship and really being involved as leaders to ensure that this relationship will continue for decades to come through the 100th anniversary of the team here in the city of Clearwater. So that concludes our presentation. I very much appreciate your consideration and looking forward to getting some direction on the TDT portion of the funding so we can finalize the term sheet here with Mr. Burton and City Manager Poirier and your teams. Thank you.
Brian, thank you. Before we go to staff's going to have a small presentation as well. Before we do that, does anybody have any questions on the presentation that Brian just gave us? Yes, Vince.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, you said that the contract ended, but Philly continued to keep paying that advertisement or something. What was that amount?
Yeah, so the Phillies were contractually obligated under the original funding agreement to provide roughly $587,000 in marketing assets to promote Visit St. Pete Clearwater. That ended in 2021, but we continued to do it and continue to do it. And we won't have a contractual obligation to do it even with this deal until 2028 because the current deal doesn't expire until 2028. So we're going to continue to do that for 7 years, and that value as of today is $650,000. So today we're providing that value for free, and we're continuing to work directly with Mr. Loack and his team in a very collaborative way. And I think you've seen the commercials and stuff. They're really well done. They're very, very good, and that comes from the expertise of your local team in what we really want to promote to the Philadelphia market.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? What's the dollar breakdown on the fan enjoyment piece versus the, facilities? Just give me a rough idea, of the.
It's about half.
About half going for fan enjoyment, half
Correct.
for development of facilities.
Yes, sir.
Non-related to the fan experience.
Correct.
Do you have a question? Yeah. Commissioner Flatval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed this year I went to a game or two and noticed that there were some improvements already, like a scoreboard that wasn't there last year. Did the team pay for that, and how much improvements cost-wise have been made already to the stadium, and who paid for it?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you for that question. That's an excellent question, and the answer is yes. So again, showing the excellence exuded by the Phillies and their commitment and their partnership with this community. The Phillies have already started this project, even without having a lease renewal. So we've put in about $49 million already into this project. So this project is already completed phase one. It's ongoing. And you've seen the berm structural improvement, which was something that was a structural engineering thing that needed to be done. But that berm is incredibly popular. It's very accessible. It's not an expensive ticket, even for spring training. People love that area. 4th of July, it is just an excellent, excellent area. And you've seen the scoreboard. You've seen the batter's eye. So a significant number of things have already started, and the Phillies have fronted all of those costs with no reimbursement or anything like that. The other thing that we need to remember too is that the stadium did flood from Alligator Creek after Hurricane Milton from the rain, and that did cause about $7 or $8 million in damage. And the Phillies have fronted those costs as well. Now, obviously, there'll be insurance claims and things like that, but the Phillies went ahead and took care of all that so that they were spring training ready for 2025, which they were. And that spring training was, of course, a huge success, as they all are. So, yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah, just looking back on the last 2 years, as the memories of the storm fade, people are still working to get their places fixed up. And I just really wanted to publicly thank the organization for how they stepped up the month after the storms, because again, people were doing, we were all kind of scrambling, trying to figure out what next. And they were at the ready and came to the assistance to some degree with our residents. And I think that's notable. And so just to your comment on that.
Mr. Chair, if I could, just on that note, the Phillies did donate $1 million to the Amplify Clearwater Hope Recovery Fund, which was matched, and that went directly to local businesses and homeowners who could not afford their repairs. So, and again, that had nothing to do with this. It was just the right thing to do. And Mr. Middleton himself came down, to present that check to Amplify, which again just shows, what a great, great partner they have been.
This talks about the community and how important that is as well. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not seeing any other questions.
No, there's a couple.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Peters.
And Commissioner Flowers, too.
Goodness. Yeah, go ahead.
So, and I know I talked to you and I talked to the Phillies back when I was chairman, so it's a long time ago now, about when we invest with TDT dollars, that we should look at, in particularly North County, how those investments can be made as an asset during emergency management. And since you brought up the storm, I wanted to bring that up because it's my understanding you're making changes that could then make that an asset to Clearwater and or the county, where utility staff that don't have a safe place to be if we get 20 inches of rain could possibly be there and could quickly be executed into the community once the storm passes. Could you talk about that? Because you didn't talk about that. And you're really like the first ones that have, if we give this, you would be the first ones that are following up on that kind of a commitment to provide an extra asset to the community during emergency management.
Commissioner, again, thank you so much for that question and also for your leadership on that issue. We know that has been something that's been incredibly important for you to have that resiliency and that emergency operations ability for response. And so this southwest building, I don't know if y'all can see it. I've got my pointer here for the commissioners on the rear screen. This southwest building is designed to house emergency response, whether it's linemen, whether whoever it needs to be during a hurricane, and is being built with resiliency and redundancy in mind, particularly from the lessons that we learned over here, from the flooding over here after Hurricane Milton. And this, the stadium itself is already obligated to be a staging area for the city and is utilized, I believe, by Duke and others for staging now, and that will obviously continue, but the ability to actually physically house people and to keep them safe and electricity and fed while they're out there doing that hard work of hurricane recovery will certainly be something that we provide.
So thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it because North County is short on assets. We're currently building a shelter, and we just don't have that many assets up there in North County. So this is a true community benefit in a whole nother way. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Peters. Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you. For earlier discussions, Barry, I don't know if you remember this, one of the things that was presented to us was the space where the players actually go, where they're fed or whatever during or after practice and whatnot. And that they needed some support or desired some support in that area to kind of enhance it. I didn't see that in the presentation. Did I miss that?
You can cover it.
Yeah. Madam Commissioner, thank you again for that. That is part of what we're doing, but we've already kind of accommodated that with it's not really a temporary structure. It's really like an industrial grade. They call it a tent, but it's very permanent. It can be moved, but it requires almost like a military level of engineering to move it. But that is part of the project, is the player development aspect, just like the Blue Jays had. And the Blue Jays were in the World Series, and part of that starts here in Dunedin. It starts here in Dunedin. It really does. So those things are all required by Major League Baseball to retain spring training teams. There's certain requirements that have to be met. And we're meeting those requirements as part of this agreement, and that will again allow Major League Baseball to allow the team to remain here for the next 20 years. So yes, thank you. That is part of it, and part of that has already been completed, but there will be some additional parts of that. And that's really this area here. So from this part of this building is offices, and then you'll have some training and player development and cafeteria here. And then obviously this entire area, which is currently existing as Carpenter Complex, is getting an upgrade, and this will be specifically a new baseball lab for the player development in that respect.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Brian. Good to see you this morning. Commissioner Flowers partially asked my question, but of the $49 million the Phillies have already spent, is any of that on required MLB upgrades?
Yes, and that would be the batter's eye, for example, and there were some other things. The lower level, right.
About how much? Any idea?
I'm looking for help from the manager. About $10 million.
About 10 million. Is any of that money that's already been spent envisioned to be for the Phillies to reimburse themselves from the public ask?
It's a credit. It's a credit towards the $75 million that the Phillies are committing to put in. So of the $75 million they're committed to put in, they've put in 49.
Okay.
Approximately 49.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Brian.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, Commissioners. So in rebuttal, no, actually, this has been a very collaborative process. It really has been between the city, between the Phillies and the county, and everything that Brian just presented. We agree with. The reason we're here is because the Phillies do travel well, and it is an economic engine, not just for Clearwater, but for all of Pinellas County. What we've provided you is some comps, and we've had these conversations individually, but we really needed to have this and discuss it as a board. There's many different thoughts individually, as I've talked to each of you, and the Phillies have met with you. But you need to collaborate as a board and give direction to staff to where we can finish the term sheet. There are several key provisions that, based upon the discussion today, will enable us to go forward and do that. What I've put up here, as you can see, pick a facility around the country, and each one of them has a different flavor. Each one has a different commitment, not just in terms of capital outlays, but then in who's operating the facility and the cost associated with that, the CapEx. So we've put some of the slides up there that you can use for your deliberation. But what we really wanted to get to, and I asked Brian to come up, is because of the impact that it has, as Brian previously shown, for the economic impact. What's being requested from the Phillies was $80 million from tourism development tax, as he stated. There is a state grant of $20 million that'll be paid back $1 million a year, so the net present value is about $15 million. And again, the team committing to $75 million, of which $49 million has already been spent. But they've also, as part of the agreement, will assume any cost overruns associated with the project. That's that's significant and needed, because as you look at stadiums around the country, not many have come in under budget. They've typically come in over budget. So we did our own analysis and confirmed the estimates of the team using one of our outside estimating firms. But as you can see, and you can certainly ask Brian any questions, but you can see it's not just the visitors that come during spring training, it's visitors that come year-round because this becomes a destination, part of their home, and we do receive a significant impact economically from our Philadelphia partners. The investment tourism tax will be not just for in the form of that, but we'll get a return through the marketing piece and the marketing benefits. Again, all of this has been presented. You can read that at your leisure. But what we need, direction from today is they've asked for $80 million. How much of that are you willing to commit? We've also asked for a marketing term. As they said, it used to be $500 and some odd thousand. We've asked for $850,000 in annual marketing assets. But we've also asked for a 3% escalator to where the marketing dollars 20 years from now are based upon the market cost at that time. And so we have also requested that to be part of the term sheet. And those are, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Brian's here with me, but you've heard this before. And so with that, that ends our presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for staff before we kind of get into our?
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Scheer.
Brian, you have in here the 380,000 total visitors from Philadelphia. How long do they usually stay for? 2 to 3 days, 4 days?
I don't have a good answer for that, Commissioner. If you give me some more time, I may
That's
be able
okay.
to drill down to it, but I don't have one for you right now.
I was looking at some of these numbers, and they look very low to me. $300 million in annual economic impact divided by 4 nights, or divided by the number of visitors, it's like $789 that a person would spend on their trip here. I don't know how they would do that in 3 nights. It just seems very low. $780 is like $197 a night. That's extremely low. I would think to people, if people were just spending $1,000, I'm just trying to, my numbers are right. If people spent $1,000 while they were here on hotel rooms, tips for their valet, the beer, 12-pack for their room, they're going to be well over $1,000 in 4 days. That's what I'm seeing. I think at least $1,000. That would be $380 million in impact. If they spend $1,200, you're talking $475 million. That $380,000 number is huge. So I just thought that was low because.
So Commissioner,
Anyway. I wanted to ask you on Brian, Barry, for the TDC dollars, what do we have on hand in cash, and what are we projecting in the next year? We're going to have to write a big check. I don't know what the.
Have those figures available. We have sufficient cash in reserves to be able to cover this using cash. We don't need to bond it. And that is even with the look after doing the beach nourishment. We can go through this in detail, but looking at all of the projects, even after we drill down, pay for the cost of the beach nourishment and everything, we still have sufficient reserves.
Okay, I was just trying to get a handle on what we'd have left after this year and next year if we fund this in 27, right?
Well, no, it would be actually paid out over a couple of years. So this is going to be a non-binding term sheet. Okay, the term sheet will generally outline the project. We will come back to you with definitive documents later after they complete the design, but they don't want to go forward with their detailed design unless they have a commitment. And so part of that would be on the constructability review and what type of phasing they're going to do for do the renovations. And so you'd probably do it over 2 years.
Okay.
So we'd have one year and another draw the second year. We're going to set that through a construction funds trust agreement that then will handle all of the dollars so they'll be appropriately distributed based upon project outcomes.
Okay. All right, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Flowers?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So total cost for the project, total cost. The team's money, our money, City of Clearwater money, total cost for the project?
205 million is the estimate. And again, the city council hasn't discussed that yet, so that's what but that's the general, what they're looking at.
Based on what they're asking from us, what is your recommendation that we?
Well, I didn't put a recommendation in, probably one of the first times I haven't. And that's kind of the reason that we did the presentation the way we did. And the reason for that is because you all have had direct discussions on this. And there's many different thoughts amongst you. So I wanted to hear the debate today. What the team's requested is 80. Obviously, I'm your administrator, so I negotiate, right? You know, and always want, you know, the best deal possible. But that really is a policy call, and how much you choose to put forward in the project, both on terms of that and what you want out from marketing.
The reason I'm asking is because if the team's doing 75 million, the request from us is 80. And then I believe up on the screen, I saw the 20 million from the state. It only gets us to 175 million of a $205 million project. Am I missing a number? Other than the city of Clearwater's
Well, that's
number?
the final number, is the city of Clearwater. And they're going to take that up at a future city council meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So estimated at 205, and anything above 205 is on the Phillies?
Correct.
Commissioner Latval.
Well, it depended upon how much you provide.
Understand.
But whatever we provide will be capped.
Okay.
Same way with the city.
Commissioner Latval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That pretty much answered my question. My question was going to be, what was their total ask from, in terms of public dollars between the county and the city? I have heard that it was 115, but then I guess you add in the state dollars, which also goes to the city, correct?
Does. It comes in, so the city's going to have to front that and then get paid back $1 million a year. So, you know, so it's $20 million, net present value is about $15 million.
And then net present value's real, so I mean.
It is,
yeah,
right,
so
price
it's,
of money.
Yeah, and so, again, I think one of the things that we're going to talk about is the escalator. And I, you know, just from my perspective, one of the things that gave me heartburn on a previous deal that we were working on was the amount of ad valorem tax dollars that the county or the city residents of a particular city south of here was going to have to pay. So that bothered me, you know, that it was so high that we were significant contributors to that deal. So for me, just from the deal that I'm looking at, less ad valorem tax dollars are good in my mind for the residents of Clearwater, which are also residents of our county. So it's not just city versus county. So from my perspective, you know, I'd like to see a little bit more flexibility there, but at the same time, I'd like to see the Phillies step up on the 3% escalator, and maybe from a lower starting point than 850. Maybe it's a 650, 750 number, but see that regular escalator, because the value that we're seeing, we just talked about, you know, that 15 million versus 20 million. It's real. And so if we don't get any escalator going out, the value that we're getting is not the same. So, but I would appreciate maybe a lower starting point than the 850 for the escalator. Maybe it's more like 6, because they weren't required to do that for the last several years. In my mind, some compromise on that starting point makes some sense. And then the escalator also makes some sense. And it's their piece of the pie that we're getting from them, while we're maybe doing a little bit more on the ad valorem, on our contribution versus the city of Clearwater. Just a general thought. I just wanted to throw it out there not for you.
That's the reason we're here, is to get that type of board direction. So
Just
good
for
with
some
that, we'll
dialogue.
conclude our presentation and sit down and you can.
Yeah,
have
so
the
I think
discussion.
questions are done on the presentation. Did you have a quick, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Brian, on the $850,000 annual marketing ask, that was, how do you feel about that? Because didn't we start the conversation higher than that?
Yeah, we feel strong with that 850,000 annual marketing contribution, so long as it has that 3% escalator in there. And I think the 850 is, in discussions with the teams, they feel the 850 is a good number. It's just that escalator where we may disagree.
Thank you.
Any other questions I mean, they're not going anywhere, so if we, in our discussions and dialogue, if we want to ask them any questions, of course, we can do that. I'd like to have all the questions directed at Barry and Brian. Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so again, I think in an effort to kind of give that direction, not only to staff to finish out our side of it, but also to the Phillies, the city of Clearwater, I think it's incumbent upon us to maybe provide some of that direction today. It's not that we have to, but I think it's healthy for us to do that. And so I told you kind of just some general thoughts on from my perspective. I think less property tax dollars is good. We're having visitors pay more. I think that's a good thing. We have a good partner at the table. I think having an escalator on the advertising makes total sense to me. I think maybe starting a little different spot. I mean, I understand Brian's comment on that, but again, we've been doing pretty good the last 4 or 5 years where it wasn't actually required. So maybe a lower starting point, 3% escalator, maybe 85 million on the TDC money, and that would bring Clearwater in closer to 30 million, at least the way I'm doing numbers, and maybe my math's off. But I'm also talking 15 million on the state. It's not 20, it's 15, today's numbers. So just kick it around. So have any thoughts from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Latvala.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the other single-member commissioner who represents Clearwater, I wholeheartedly agree with you that the less tax burden we can give to the residents of Clearwater and put it on our tourists, the better. Using our bed tax dollars for this project, I agree with. And so I support the doing a 85, and if the math is correct, 85 from the county and 30 from the city. And so I support that. As for the escalator, whatever the board wants to do, I'm fine with.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Scheer.
As I said, I think the economic benefits are greater than they're outlined here.
Yeah.
Also, on the advertising, when I first started evaluating this over a year ago, I saw the advertising dollars. I was like, well, that's a benefit that people weren't talking about. And I did ask Brian Loeck to try and get more, and he did. And moving up to 850 is a big number to move. And I was really happy to see that. And then the escalator on top of that's great. And I understand what you're saying about coming in lower and then getting the accelerator in there, the CPI or whatever they're using. But I don't like to take money off the table, so I like that 850. I'd rather, but that's just my idea. Just leave it. I'm pretty happy with the deal that they've negotiated because it's a big increase, and it does have an escalator after 2029. So, also on the dollars itself, any chance we get to use the TDC dollars in lieu of property tax money, I think just helps our affordability problem in Pinellas County, and so I'm for using more TDC dollars than is proposed. So 85 might be the number, but I'm in favor of that. So, and then just the other benefits, I toured we have the emergency quarters coming up, which is great. I mean, I think that was great, the emergency facilities. And, I toured the facilities a couple times and looked at the plans, and I'm comfortable with the cost of the project as a whole. So that's where I am on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Scheer. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 100% agree with Commissioner Scheer on the 850 number. I don't think we should back off of that at all, and I think we need to make sure that we get that 3% escalator in there as well. I absolutely believe in the Phillies partnership and that the county needs to be at the table and part of these discussions. It's just at what level that I'm comfortable with. I want to do this in a way that honors the partnership with the Phillies, but also respects the taxpayers, whoever those taxpayers are, wherever the money's coming from, whether the TDC, whether it's the city, or whether it's the state, because I don't believe that a state, local, or federal taxpayer are three different people. So when this conversation started, we were at 40 million, and now we're at 80 and maybe 85 million. And I was on board as this escalated up until about we got north of 65 million, because then I started looking at the numbers and what's the breakdown between public and private money. And that's where I'm a little challenged with this, because I always believe that something like this, that public dollars should be the last dollars in. And that's the way that we approach any type of grants that we do, whether it's employment sites program, whether that's capital funding, whether that's elite funding, whatever it is. We're always the cherry on the top. We're not the base of the cake. So what's being proposed right now has, with the county in at 80 and the city at 35 and the state at 15, that is 63.4% public money and 36.6% private money. That's a challenge for me. I always feel that we should be the last dollars in, or at least pretty darn close to 50-50, because that's where we were with the raise. Now, if you put a credit back into that for the value that we're going to get, assuming it's 3% adjusted for Visit St. Pete Clearwater over 22 years, and that comes into just under $25 million in advertising value, that's still 58.4% public and 41.6% private. So I'm just challenged with that. I'm just just bringing this up, and I just kind of want to talk through this. So I started kind of looking for some objective criteria of how do you value a spring training game. And what we did last year with our capital funding projects for TDC is TDC made a recommendation, and then we all got lobbied like crazy for, this group should have more money, we think this group should have more money over here. And we asked Brian and his team to go back and come up with a different, more objective process based on measurable metrics that takes emotion and politics out of it as much as could be possible. So we approved a new set of standards for capital funding. In our meeting 2 weeks ago, we approved new criteria for elite funding as well, elite event funding. So that got me thinking about looking at a spring training game as an elite event. And if we looked at a spring training game that way, how would we fund that? And we've got 5 categories for elite event funding. The top is $250,000, and there's only 2 events to get that, and that's the Firestone Grand Prix in Valspar that takes place over multiple days. And you got to have 40,000 attendees for that. 40% of them need to be tourists. You got to have 500,000 broadcast views, et cetera, and that's up to 250,000. So a spring training game, wouldn't qualify for that. And then you got on category 3, and it's 15,000 attendees. Well, a spring training game would almost qualify for that, but that's up to 75,000. Well, then criteria number 2 is 40,000 attendees, which a spring training game doesn't meet, but 250,000 broadcast views, which it does. So I just took that number of up to $150,000, and if we applied $150,000 to every spring training game over 20 years, okay, that's 16 games a year, let's say, that's 312 games, that comes up to $48 million, which is not too far from where this conversation started, and a number that I was very comfortable with. If you inflation adjust that number at 3% a year, it comes up to basically $65 million, which is a number that I was also comfortable with. And if we applied that number, 65 million, to this and gave the credit to Visit St. Pete Clearwater of $25 million in advertising, that gets a split of 50.1% on the public side and 49.9% on the private side. That's the number that I'm comfortable with. We get north of that, and then I'm not quite so comfortable with that. So I just want to kind of put that out there just for thought.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Nowicki.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of a less burden on the ad valorem, property taxpayer. And so, I mean, without really knowing, how much actual cash, we have on hand, if we're very flush, I mean, why stop at 85? Maybe go to 90, in support of not having a burden on resident taxpayers, put it more of a burden on the tourists. So I would be 100% in favor of, 90 million. Anything we can do to reduce the tax burden on local residents. As Commissioner Scheer said, as you said, Chair. I mean, I think that's what we should be exploring. And in terms of the escalator, I would be okay with an escalator if we start at the point where we credit $3 million that they've already paid over the last 4 or 5 years that they weren't required to pay. I mean, which would probably be like 20 plus years of them not having to pay the escalator because they've already paid almost $3 million that they weren't required to pay. So I'd be in favor of an escalator once they're credited the $3 million that they weren't required to pay but had been paying. So I'm in favor, whether it's 85, 90, anything we can do to reduce the burden for the ad valorem taxpayer, I'm in favor of. And then in terms of the raise deal, I mean, I was under the impression that it was a third from the city, a third from the county, and a third from the team, not a 50-50 split. Barry, do you know?
It was a 50-50 split, well, roughly. The team took on anything above the 50%, which it escalated while we were in negotiations. But it was 50-50, us and the city, and 50% team.
Okay.
But then they took on all CapEx.
So similar like CapEx, like with this, cost overruns in this deal.
That's correct. They took on all cost overruns, and that is the same with the Phillies deal.
And then what was the marketing contributing from the raise? How much were they?
Brian, do you remember? I really, we have a marketing agreement with them, but I really don't recall off the top of my head. I don't know the answer to that.
Monopoly money because it was never going to come to fruition.
Okay. Well. Yeah, so I mean,
don't
I'm
know
in
the answer
favor,
to
I
that.
mean, I would be in favor of going up to 90 to take the taxpayer burden off the table. So if we're flush with a lot of cash, I don't know why we wouldn't put more of the burden on tourists versus the taxpayers, especially, we're facing any possible, things from the state, with reducing property taxes. I think it's more incumbent to put the burden on tourists than our local residents. So that's where I stand, Chair. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
Since we're talking about my least favorite subject, I wanted to chime in. On the raise deal, weren't they getting a land deal separate that wasn't part of what St. Pete was contributing, as well as infrastructure improvements that were like 125 million from the city taxpayers? The land deal by itself was in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Yeah, the development deal. So that, I mean, it wasn't exactly a 50-50 split. I mean, in all honesty, if it was just, 300 million from the city and 300 million from the county, which that wasn't really truthful because we had to bond it. So after we bonded it, it was close to $1 billion. So to say that it was just a 50-50 split, I don't think is completely accurate. On paper, it was a 50-50 split, but once you dig deeper, I would say that it wasn't so much. That's why I opposed the raise deal, and I opposed it for the same reasons that Chair Eggers did, was because the residents of St. Pete were getting hosed, especially on their ad valorem taxes and other fees.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? Just in having the conversation today, it looks like we have at least four that have spoken in favor of more TDT dollars than the 80 million that's on the table, in deference to our ad valorem taxpayers of Clearwater. I'm not saying that that's where we're going to finish. I'm just saying that's kind of what just from the numbers. One of the four suggested 90, and three were suggesting the 85 million. I think everybody seems to be on board with an escalator. A couple of us talked about some kind of recognition of like the last 4 or 5 years. You talked about a credit. I talked about maybe a little lower starting point. The escalator's real, and I think it's really important for us. And I think it makes the value of that package, stand on its own. It's really what we should do. So I think maybe that starting point is little in flux. We had a couple of people that talked about that. We talked about it specifically. You were a little bit open on it, and Commissioner Scheer, you were okay with that number.
I'm happy with the advertising numbers the way they are.
The way they are now.
I'd rather not
Start
reduce them
850,
or take your money off.
Start 850 in 2028. That's what we're talking about, right? Yeah, 850 in 2028. Okay. And so I think we're a little bit all over the board on the escalator piece, just differences here. But I think we're kind of moving in the direction of, well, at least four of us moving in the direction of more TDT dollars.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
You can add me to that. That's comfortable with more TDT dollars.
more TDT dollars. So we have 5 more TDT dollars. A couple still kind of mulling things around. I'm not going to put words in the mouth. Commissioner Scott, you spoke to your point. Can we give any more thought, and just, again, we'll just pause for a minute, take a deep breath. If we're not prepared to today, that's okay, but can we talk a little bit more to the advertising? I think I'd like to hear a little bit more from staff about the advertising since 2021, when they were not required to do it, what we've been collecting since then, what we are supposed to be collecting from now till the start of the new contract in 2028. So we can just see what that number is, and then the deal on the table starting at 850 in 2028 with escalator. So maybe we could just do that summary again.
I asked Brian to come up on that because, he can really speak to that. But let me just start by saying that that's jointly beneficial, right? They're marketing their team and they're marketing, themselves, and obviously it promotes our market. Okay, so it's jointly beneficial to that. But Brian, speak to that, and how do you got to your recommendation?
Yeah, if you're asking me to do math up here, that's a bad question. So when the last agreement expired, last payment was made in 2021. After that ended, the Phillies continued to provide those marketing deliverables. So we, up to this point, an additional 3 years of those at the 650. The latest value on those assets was about $650,000 annually. So for 3 years, that was provided. What we talked about moving forward was continuing that and starting that advertising. We've worked very closely with the Phillies team to already produce what we would use for 2026 assets. And the thought process on how we structured this is that every year, we want to leave it open and broad, because every year assets are going to change, opportunities are going to change, the way we market to people change. So we meet every year annually, talk about what worked, what do we want to do differently. Are the Phillies willing to do something that maybe we haven't thought of yet? And so that's why we did it the way that we did. And I think we came to that number. One of the things that we wanted, we don't have, is a billboard in the outfield wall. And they simply don't have the real estate for those. You can only have so many billboards in the wall, And right now, those are all taken up. Those are multi-year deals, so that just wasn't an option. And so when we thought about where what we wanted to get in advertising value, that consideration was made, and that 850 is where we came to.
850 is where you came to for what year? I mean, just for the starting point in 2028?
For the starting point in 2026, what we proposed was that it would start in 2026.
Okay. So what we've been getting those is the 650 value.
The previous 3 years, we did not, yes, that was.
What you're saying is if they built the green monster out there, we'd have room to put a sign up.
I don't know the MLB rules.
I'm kidding.
And,
But
you know, and Commissioners,
we need
just
more real estate is what I was getting at.
just
So, yeah.
understand, that was a compromised amount, okay? They started higher. They wanted 1.1 million, okay? Right? And so that was a modified amount, and it was negotiated and agreed upon.
The 850.
The 850.
For 2026.
Correct.
But escalator was not discussed in part of that
No, the
agreement.
escalator was discussed. The Phillies disagree with that, with the escalator. We don't. It has
But what
about-
you agreed on was the 850,
Correct.
nothing
No-
beyond
not-
that.
Nothing beyond that. And just to put it in dollars and cents, okay, over that 20-year period, that's about a $5 million.
No, it's a big number.
Yeah.
That's why
$5 million.
my thought about backing off the 850 to start makes some sense, because with that escalator, you really get caught, you catch up pretty doggone quickly, at least in value. That was my only thought on it.
It's
But
not, this negotiation's not going very well up here.
No, I'm.
We've been at this for a while, guys.
Well, we haven't.
I know.
So we're kind of coming into it right now, so.
But the wrong way.
Well, that's your thought. Any other thoughts on, yeah.
Just one final thought. I just wanted to be clear on my comments earlier. I'm not questioning at all the value of the partnership with the Phillies. It's just for me, it's the value of the spend and the split between public and private dollars. I absolutely agree that TDC dollars are better spent than ad valorem tax dollars. But I think what really makes this deal better for me is more private dollars, just not more public dollars. So I just wanted to be really clear on that point. And I also think that, you know, the public is wary of big subsidies for professional sports teams. And in an environment that we have right now with affordability, you know, the timing of this isn't good. Timing of it's probably never good. But, you know, with $5 a gallon gas prices and the affordability problems that we've been having, it's just the optics of it are not good. Yeah. So that's all. Thank you.
Any other closing thoughts? Well, it sounds to me like at least you have some direction on 85 million, Barry. It seems like we have four of us have said 85. One of us said 90. What's that?
I would support 85 too,
Okay.
obviously.
No, I
so,
understand.
yeah.
I just wanted to, yeah. There's 5 of us that would support the 85 million.
85, and what about on the escalator for the?
I think the escalator,
capital?
we seem to be,
Chair, I just want to be clear, I'm good on the 85 if it's a equal reduction to the amount that Clearwater has to kick in.
correct.
It
It's
would
not
be.
going to the
It- it-
Phillies.
it
I
would
don't
be.
want an extra 5
No.
floating around.
Yeah, it would be.
The city would.
Right. I just want to be clear, it's got to be.
What's it? I mean, is it not?
It would come off
not
the city
something to
side, not
assume,
not
right?
off the Phillies side.
No.
Yeah, so no, I totally agree.
Okay.
And I think the escalator is something that we all feel pretty strongly about, and it sounds to me like
Got consensus
the
there?
idea of starting with the 850 in 2028 with the escalator seems to have some legs here. I'm not quite sure how to point to it. I mean, I'm not saying everybody.
Well, I'll put it in the term sheet, and if you want to start the escalator in 28 and have the base amount in 26, that's a compromise. I mean, I'll bring that back to the Phillies. I'll bring it back in the term sheet. We'll have that back to you in a few weeks, and you can make the
You're
decision.
talking about
on that
having
then.
it based to 650 for 3 years and
The
then starting
850.
starting at 850 in
Oh, yeah.
26,
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's,
Compromise.
I know. Well, what's the compromise? I mean, I know how we got to where I got, but I'm saying, where are you compromising now?
On the 28, starting the escalator in 28.
Oh, starting the escalator. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Very good.
I'm not hearing pushback on that, so that's kind of where we're going to land at this
right.
point.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And in our effort to move our facilities to Ulmerton and Alt 19, there are a number of facilities here, a number of pieces of land here in downtown Clearwater that would be made available to sell. And so here we're going to talk a little bit about the disposition of those properties. We're also going to talk about taking a pause in April to get more resident input. Just for the record, we did do City of Clearwater did do a Clearwater visioning session not too long ago. When I say that, I'm thinking a couple years ago, but I don't know exactly when, where they got apparently lots of input from the public about how that plan stacks up. So I'd like to maybe hear a little bit about that. And we're going to talk a little bit about that aspect as well. Talk to our folks from CBRE about the process that we're going through and some other additional thoughts that they may have on this. So with that, I'll turn it over to Blaine to get us kicked off here.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners, staff, public. We have a team from CBRE here led by Leanne Korst, and I'll let her introduce them.
Thank you, Blaine. Leanne Korst. I lead our Southeast Region government practice, and with me here today, last time I was here, Barry said it's just Leanne. So I brought the rest of the team up today, and we have Kelly Matheson. Kelly is a Pinellas County resident, and so she's here in our local Tampa office. Roman Dakari is next to her. He's also a part of our government practice, specializing in economic development and large-scale redevelopment projects. And Robert Shaw, who many of you already, most of you already know, he is the owner's representative for our government campus.
Thank you, Leanne. Thank you all for being here. So I'd like to start the presentation talking about the goals. If we could advance that slide. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So Chair Eggers alluded to this in his introductory remarks, but they are separate projects, but we have the new campus that is really driving this in a number of ways. One is that the new campus down in Ulmerton at the ICOT site will be the space in which a lot of our employees, 1,100 to be exact, that will be moving there, and we'll be vacating these spaces in downtown Clearwater. We have determined, or CBRE has determined in the past, that we will avoid, taxpayers will avoid $150 million of maintenance expenses over the next 50 years if we were to stay here. So there's some fertile ground there for us to make that move. With the downtown Clearwater, the sale of the properties, I think from the beginning it was always hoped that there would be a significant amount of revenue generated to help offset the cost of that new campus and thereby decrease the burden on the taxpayers for the resulting debt service. So in doing so and partnering with CBRE, who has done this very same process in many different cities, we wanted to not be overly prescriptive in soliciting developers to come in here, make sure that it makes sense financially, and for them to bring some creative ideas about how to redevelop downtown. And these goals that you have up here aren't necessarily in order of priority. We hope to accomplish all of these, but I start with that one because that's where we started with the new campus. And we have talked to elected officials, we've talked to staff, we've talked to folks in the public, and we have heard hopes and concerns about this project. And one thing that those hopes and concerns have in common is that downtown Clearwater be activated, that there be activity down there, taking cues from the Clearwater 2045 plan that Chair Eggers referenced and elected officials, that there be a mixed use, people living downtown, businesses, office space, connecting to existing assets that the City of Clearwater have invested in. And so in all of that, that there be some activation of downtown. So that is one of the goals of this process. In order to activate it, in order to assure there's accountability, that the deal be structured such that when the commission is presented with these visions and you select one for us to negotiate with, that what is ultimately negotiated is actually built. And not just built, but activated. So this is all this all comes together in these goals. And then from the beginning, in the hopes that taking these government properties which aren't on the tax rolls and putting private uses there, that there would be some additional tax monies raised in the near term, of course, mostly in the CRA, and the CRA wears off in 2034. So there will be taxes coming back to the city and the county if that is not extended. So we start with this because this is what underpins the process and the structure that we've talked to this day. And on the right there, you can see that we have, and Barry has been has directed that we should listen. And we have talked to the city council and the mayor to hear about what their aspirations are for that redevelopment vision. And some of the presentations that we've given you are almost verbatim from what they wanted to see, that it be activated, that it be connected, that there be something for these visitors who come, as the mayor said, to the world's best beach and have something to do in days 3 through 5. So this is what's undergirded everything up to this point, and this is something we want you to consider as we hear other folks' hopes and aspirations for the future. This is what we're banking on right now.
Can either one of you speak to that item that I talked about? It's like 2040 plan that the city, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. We don't have a slide prepared on it, but we have taken a fairly deep dive into it to provide feedback. So, and really what we wanted to do is we took the feedback from the mayor and council, and as Blaine said, we mapped their priorities for the activation over into the request for negotiations. But then we also, and we looked at the 2045 plan before we did that, but we also just this past week went back and did a comparison. So basically the 2045 plan was adopted in January of 2024, and it has 6 chapters in it. And the first one is quality of places, mobility, parks and public places, conservation and coastal management, support services, and plan implementation. So, for example, under quality of places, and I'd be happy to share the summary with you all if you'd like, but under quality of places, that we call for a transformational mixed-use redevelopment. There's a strong emphasis on placemaking, connectivity to Coachman Park, and active environments. And we talk about one of the items in that category is historic preservation and cultural identity, and we have a good alignment there as we talk about the historic courthouse preservation and adaptive reuse. Economic vitality and tax base, focus on financial feasibility, tax base growth, and mixed use vitality. And then I can go on down the list. But basically from those 6 chapters that I referenced, we have good or if not strong alignment on all but one. And the one is support services, and that's because it focuses on the services like public safety that the city provides back to citizens. So it's not applicable, but the other 5 we have really good alignment with.
Do you remember seeing any summary of the numbers of folks that came out and participated, or did that come up at all in the?
I don't. And in fact, Blaine and I were just talking about better understanding the process by which the city undertook to come to the 2045 plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we're going to talk about today is pausing and getting some community input. But I just wanted to get a feel for how much of that we've had. Not that that would affect whether we're going to do that this month, but just that we're doing additional on top of what the city's already done. I'd like to have a feel for that at some point.
We can work with the city to understand what process they undertook.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have more? Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Everybody okay? Oh, did you have something? I'm sorry.
I do, but it's going to be on the next slide, so
Okay.
I'll wait.
Okay. Go ahead.
Get it to move. There we go. So on this slide, it's a reflection of what Blaine just shared with the 4 goals on the previous page. And with a public procurement, obviously, we want to provide guidance to the respondent on how they will be scored which establishes a level playing field, but also relay what is important to the county. So this evaluation criteria, again, follows the 4 goals on the previous page. And it's the framework that will be used by staff to initially score the proposals. The board will be the final decision maker, but it's important that we vet the proposals that we do bring to you to make sure that they're qualified. So this scoring framework will do that and allow us to bring you only qualified and vetted developers for you all to consider for that final decision making. In the 4 categories, really, we have more detail under them, more granularity than the previous slide. And there are items like making sure that the financial plan is clear and fleshed out. Important considerations like traffic mitigation and circulation to make sure that that's considered as part of the redevelopment. It also, we also address sources and uses of debt and equity to make sure the financial plan, again, is solid. And it helps us, importantly, compare the proposals in a like-kind manner. The proposals that we receive will be voluminous, and we want to be able to look at them and compare apples to apples as much as possible.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to I appreciate you putting the traffic mitigation and circulation plan in there, because I think it's critically important. And what I didn't know, and I found out after we spoke, is that FDOT is doing a Route 60 master plan from the roundabout to the Courtney Campbell. Just as a caveat, I understand we're not participating on the Belcher section, and I hope we will, because as downtown develops and gets larger, we have to look at the whole ingress, egress, access to downtown and beaches. And so I hope we can have that master plan be comprehensive on the whole Route 60. But when it comes to this, and I see that we thoughtfully put in traffic mitigation and circulation plan, but since FDOT's got this plan already being worked on, is there any way to weave that in so that we're not operating in silos and doing traffic and mitigation here while FDOT and the city are going to be working on Route 60? I think it just has to be blended and melded together somehow. And I know you have that little caveat, but I think that what FDOT is doing also needs to be inclusive in how this plays out. So I just wanted to add that caveat. And I do think, totally different subject, that Belcher area should not be excluded in that plan. I think it should be comprehensive of the entire Route 60. So just my little blurb on that part. Thanks, Barry. And thank you for including all that.
If I want to get an answer on that.
Okay.
So we are
Well, we'll have to update Whit, because he told me yesterday we were not. So we'll have to get with Whit and get clarity, okay?
I saw some of his comments.
Okay.
Yeah, what part of it means. So let's find out what part of it means. Part of the discussion, part of the fun, I don't know what it means. Did you have a comment?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last time I saw this document, it mentioned a $250 million number. Was that taken out?
It is in the RFN, that's right. And so in the second category there, development team qualifications and experience, we are asking for the respondents to the RFN to provide examples of projects that they've delivered that are greater than $250 million to show that they actually have delivered comparable projects. So that's that $250 million number.
Okay. Just as a follow-up, do you know of any projects in Clearwater that would meet that threshold in the past or currently?
I don't, other than potentially the Bluffs. I don't remember what the total project value is on the Bluffs.
I think that may be a little bit under.
Okay. But this is 25 acres, and the Bluffs was obviously much smaller in terms of acreage. So for a 25, we're drawing that number off of our experience on other downtown types of projects. So we would expect that with 25 acres, that's at least the minimum investment that would be made.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank Any other questions on that slide? Okay, go ahead.
Sure. I'll conclude this slide just by tying it back to the 2045 plan that we just talked about, and that you can see some of the summary items that I just mentioned in the 2045 plan are reflected here, like the tax base expansion and the, the activation, the mixed-use development, thoughtful mix of uses, connectivity and leveraging on what is already going on in downtown Clearwater, civic and community benefits, and then the last, obviously, the financial plan. So you can see, while you didn't have those items right in front of you on a slide, what I read in terms of the summary really ties nicely and neatly back to this. So on the transaction structure, there's been a lot of discussion about a ground lease versus fee simple. And so really, for us, it boils down to a ground lease can be done. We have done ground leases. However, we do believe that it will limit the buyer pool, limit the potential lending institutions that would be interested in the project, and both of those things relate directly back to value. So, I've conversed with a number of my CBRE colleagues in the debt and equity groups and capital markets, and really the conclusion consistently is a fee simple transaction will result in greater value to the county because of the competition, the broader buying pool, and lending. So, I'm gonna talk about just in the bottom left-hand corner because I think it's important. Layers of complexity. I say this lovingly as a former government employee. Government moves more slowly than the private sector, right? So if you're a developer and you have $250 million to put into a project, do you want to go through a government process, or do you want to go through a private sector process that's more nimble? So government projects just take longer, and I think it's important to point that out. And there's an upfront cost to prepare proposals. The developers that respond will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so, then you bring on market conditions. And Clearwater has a lot of great things going on. I referenced the Tampa Bay Business Journal article the last time I was here. I would refer to it as an emerging market because it has some really great things going on. But a simple transaction structure in a secondary market like Clearwater would be more market friendly. So our professional recommendation is a fee simple disposition, and look forward to any questions and further discussion on that point. And I will, after that, turn it back over.
Okay, we're gonna have some questions maybe. Commissioner Nowicki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you. It's a good presentation so far. In terms of fee simple, is this really fee simple, or is it going to be more like fee simple defeasible? Because it's going to be layered with covenants and, restrictions that the land can revert back to the county if things aren't done. So it's not really, is it really fee simple in terms of they own it in perpetuity? Or are there going to be restrictions where if they don't meet certain criteria, it can revert back to the government?
So good question, and I don't know if Don might want to address some of it. We believe that even with those potential deed restrictions and reversions in a lot of our development agreements, legal agreements, they do have those reversions because our government clients want to know that what they're proposing will be built. We see that the deed restrictions are less of an influence on the buyer pool than a ground lease, for example, because under a ground lease, if you have a mix of various uses, they have different lending requirements. And so, if you're ground leasing a project for retail use only, that's one lender. If you're financing a project for a mixed-use development, for example, you may have a lender for the hotel, a separate lender for multifamily, a separate lender for the retail, and so that's when it gets complicated. So we would not view the deed restriction as an impediment to competition, for example.
Well, and so to that point, wouldn't the developer need separate lenders to execute a hotel, a condo, retail, so they're still going to need multiple lenders for those very same purposes that you just described, but I guess And then what you're also describing, the uses, I mean, we're requiring, my understanding is we're going to require those uses be executed. So I agree with you that fee simple would be the best recommendation for highest value, but I don't see this as a true fee simple sale. And so maybe Don can.
Good morning, Commissioners. Don Kroll from your County Attorney's Office. There are lots of permutations among fee simples. Let me start, and boy, you used law school terms on me back there, to defeasible and springing executory interest and things that.
I'm a realtor.
Well, there you go. But to put it in simplest terms, yes, this is a fee simple transaction. But to your point, and let me finish that to the first question you asked. This is in perpetuity. They would be receiving the fee title to the property. It is subject to the restrictions, as you noted, and it is possible they could lose it should they not comply with those restrictions. So yes, it's a yes, but. Lots of properties have other issues subject to easements or anything else. Having pure fee on anything is pretty uncommon, to be honest. I mean, usually there's some kind of utility easement here or some other restriction there. It's very common that there are multiple other sticks removed from the bundle, as they're described in law school, that fee simple is all the sticks together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm just, saying it's, not a pure, because fee simple, I would say, is like utility easements and taxes, and you can do whatever you want building-wise, subject to taxes and zoning you would need approval for, but we're saying, hey, you're going to have to build X in a certain time frame and have to occupy it at a certain percentage. So when you say those things, to me, in my profession, that wouldn't be a true pure fee simple outside of zoning and taxes or utility easements.
Let me say this. Everything you've said as far as the function is exactly correct. And to your point, does that potentially reduce as we take pieces away in restriction, the value we might receive in what we're going to call a fee transaction? Yes, all of that is correct. That said, I think the nomenclature for it's not terribly important other than at a high level. But
yeah, and so I agree with what you're saying. Thank you. I mean, it's not that fee simple versus fee simple, defeasible. That's a small detail at a very high level. But what you're saying is that, yes, we are going to put these restrictions on. And so in my mind, in my experience, it's like, well, we are essentially doing a ground lease because they could lose the land, right? It could, do they really own it if we're telling them what they have to build, when they have to build it, and how they have to execute it. And so to say that, and maybe this is, back to CBRE, without having the land acquisition cost on a pro forma, a ground lease would be more favorable because they wouldn't have to put land acquisition of $50 million on there in a pro forma. And so for a lot of lenders that I talk to in commercial real estate, I mean, that would be more favorable because they wouldn't have that burden and would have more cash flow to execute.
You're absolutely right. If it's a ground lease, they don't have that upfront cost. I guess we want to make sure that we do have a well-capitalized firm. So if they can't spend the $50 or $70 or $80 million upfront, are they going to be the kind of well-funded, are they going to have the equity to produce a project like this? So you're right, it is less upfront cost, but we want a well-capitalized firm as well.
And then just on that, I was going to get to, I guess, this upfront money here in a little bit, 50, 70, or 80 million upfront. I don't see anywhere where any developer, when do they get their first return on investment? So what's the plan if they assuming they're going to give us 50 million, 70 million, 80 million upfront? We're still going to be occupying this real estate for, I assume, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years. Anything government is involved with is more complicated, to your point. So who knows if the campus could be extended out. I mean, are we going to be paying rent to this developer over that period of time that they're giving us the upfront money and we're still occupying all the real estate?
So we have overlaid, Robert's done a great job of this. We have overlaid the timeline for the redevelopment of downtown in this process with the occupancy of the new campus. So is it going to be a perfect timing where you just turn over the keys immediately? Probably not. Both are big, complex projects, right? But we have tried to time them such that we minimize a sale leaseback to the greatest extent. So I don't know that there will be a sale leaseback. It might be that we negotiate the timing such that the keys to the buildings here are turned over when occupancy of the new campus occurs. Those are devils in the details, right? And we have to negotiate those items as we go through the process. But on today, I can't tell you what the return is going to be because we don't know what's being proposed. Typically, I would say on a project like this, once construction starts, stabilization occurs between years 3, 4, and 5. So, so I hope that answers your question to the best of my ability anyway.
Yeah, it does, but I agree with what you're saying, the devil's in the details. I'm sorry, Chair, if I'm taking up too much time. I'll just.
Everyone get around.
Yeah, and so I'll just, so what we're saying is either we're gonna have to do a sale and a lease back, so the county would have to pay rent to the developer,
Potentially.
or it would be discounted, and we're not gonna get 70 million, because they're gonna take off whatever fair market rate rent is for 26 acres, and that's gonna be discounted in their offer price. It's gonna be one of those two options.
To be negotiated as the process unfolds. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner LaBelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question on deed restrictions for Don. And it has to do with second, third, fourth generation buyers of the property that would have deed restrictions attached to it. What legal grounds do we have to enforce private property rights with deed restrictions attached to them on the second, third, and fourth generations?
Commissioner, again, Don Kroll from your county attorney's office. Essentially, we wouldn't be doing it in a governmental capacity so much as we would be restricting our own property on a go-forward basis, just as a homeowners association or someone else would be, and developers can do this from time to time. Anybody can file a deed restriction on their own property to go forward as a function of the transfer to another party. And they continue, those obligations continue over time. So if we sell to party A and we include the deed restrictions to say all of these things have to happen and continue to happen, and party A sells to party B, all of those restrictions still apply. So unless the county were to say, no, we will release those deed restrictions. And by the way, that gets even more complicated because as people continue to buy things associated with those deed restrictions, they take some benefit of them and it gets complicated. We are talking at a very high level here. The way these things are going to be drafted, there will be a lot of issues, caveats, procedures, things to talk about as to how they might be removed, how they might be modified, timeframes for compliance, timeframes for executing reverters should it ever come to that, all those kinds of things. So, but I think the short answer to your question is, yes, it will continue from party A to party B to party C even if they continue to be sold down the road.
And if party C, D, or F tries to take us to court, we're confident that we have the legal basis to defend ourselves?
On a deed restriction, yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. So we're, to that point, we're confident that we can claw back for generations, for several generations if need be?
Yes. The deed restrictions can be enforced, and reverters in the property it's not a terribly uncommon mechanism that in the law.
Okay. So, and I'm not a lawyer, so that's why I'm asking you, because you're a lot smarter than I am.
That's not true.
And you also are a lot more athletic than I am. Hopefully you did a bike ride this morning.
I did.
So there are examples of governments doing these clawbacks?
doing the.
Like clawbacks
enforcing
for
a
deed
restriction.
and enforcing deed restrictions?
Well, I couldn't tell you one off the top of my head. I'm sure
Okay.
Leanne probably can.
Yeah, and I actually went back and looked at a couple of agreements that we have in place. City of Miami, Pompano Beach, Boca Raton, Hollywood. I just looked at a PSA on a fee simple sale in Parkland where they have the same kind of clawback provisions. So yes, and it's because most governments are like you. They want to ensure that if they are selling or leasing government property, that it will be preserved for the purpose that they're approving when the developer presents. So it's not uncommon at all.
Okay, thank you.
And on those points, I get nervous with reverter clauses because when I sell it, I don't want it back, right? So we have deed restrictions to protect us as the vision moves forward. But also, you know, in a decade from now, if a piece of property hadn't been developed, times change. Things happen, residency changes going on, and they like, we're okay if you do that. So that process would involve looking for removal of deed restrictions. What's that process like? I mean, does that just come back to the county because we have the deed restrictions and then we lift 1, 2, 3, or all of them? Is that?
Broadly speaking, I'm going to say yes. So as we've heard today, we're trying to be as open, and I say we, the team and the discussions that have been going on, focus on trying to give the development community as much open space as possible to come in and bring their creativity, their ideas, and those kinds of things. Once we understand what's being proposed, we can craft the deed restrictions to meet the board's ongoing expectations about both what will be built and how it will be activated and timeframes for those kinds of things to happen. Within that, I would contemplate there being a process that is laid out in the deed restrictions themselves that talk about how these things could be removed. I would expect that you would want this to come back to you as a body. So that's, as I stand here today, and again, there's a whole lot of details to come. That's my best guess at this moment.
Okay, thank you. And Leanne, back to you on the properties that we have right now, just in general. As a master developer comes along to take control of all of the properties to move them, are there ones that stand out to you? I mean, I kind of have some ideas of my own, but are there ones that stand out to you that are, I'm probably using the wrong word, but lost leaders that really stand out? Like, we want those two. Those are the ones we really covet. The rest of them, we're just taking because that has to be part of the package, and therefore, you know, they still have the same kind of restrictions that they have to deal with, those
Right.
less attractive properties.
I mean, certainly this Court Street assemblage is the jewel, right? There's adjacencies, there's density. So when you get to some of the parcels that are a little further north or a little further east, certainly they would not have the value. That said, they may serve another purpose during the redevelopment. It might be a laydown yard. It could be a staging area while they're developing this area first. What we've also seen sometimes when a government has property in a downtown is that a developer may want to acquire some of the, what I'm going to call infill parcels. So maybe some of the parcels between Court Street and what we have on our map as Parcel A, they may want to acquire some of those for additional connectivity. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Leanne. Thanks, Don. So next couple of slides, really based on the feedback that we heard over the last couple of interactions and meetings with the commission. So this first slide, I'm going to go through what we think the process flow is going forward. And the next slide I'll go over is the actual town hall meeting that you've asked for and the format there to test, to get your feedback on that. So at the top, you know, before the RFN is released, you've directed that we have a town hall interaction in the month of April. We met as recently as this morning with communications staff about how that might look. And that would be here, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. Then the RFN gets released. And as we've talked about, that's a 90-day turnaround, and there's been some questions, is that long enough? Is it too long? And this is based on CBRE's experience in other markets. That's a consistent standard for them. Then there will be a group of staff assisted by our subject matter experts that will evaluate all the proposals and whittle that down to a short list. And it's really, I can't say if it's going to be 3 or 5, depends, number one, how many we get and how many good responses we get. We want to put the good ones in front of you, the ones that are capable of doing this and meet those criteria that Leanne went through. So once we receive those, trying to think about public involvement, and remember the creativity, some of that we want coming back. We've led the developers and the RFM with normative statements about what we'd like to see. Then we get to see what they think is both financially feasible and speaks to those goals that we've talked about. We could have an open house. We could have representatives of the developers there to meet with the public and have them interact and ask questions about their response. You know, and that could also, we could take that along with online feedback throughout here to help inform you, because ultimately the commission will serve as the evaluation committee for the finalist. You know, that would entail the shortlisted respondents to come perhaps here and give public presentations about their projects directly to you. So we've got a town hall, an online tool, there's presentations. We'll aggregate all that information and give it back to you as the decision makers. You could have a public hearing in the wake of the open house to hear from folks what they did or didn't like. You know, and I've said this before, invariably, you're going to have a couple of proposals where if you could put them together, it's the perfect one. So you may like some aspects of this one or some aspects of that one, and I'm sure you'd like to hear that from the community. You would select the developer and award the project, and then staff, along with the county attorney's office, would begin the negotiation process. And speaking with Leanne and the experience of CBRE, that's a lengthy amount of time. It's a complex project. And then finally coming back to you with the final agreements for your approval. That's the general flow of the process as we see it.
Sounds like the construction process might be shorter of a new building. I'm kidding. I'm not sure how that's all going to work out with our bonding efforts, which I'm still looking forward to that bonding 101 class that we're going to talk about. Any questions?
Chair, may I address that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So as Leanne alluded to, we have overlaid these two processes, the new campus and the downtown Clearwater process. The hopes are, if we release it now, if we take 90 days, if we take the months after that to help negotiate a deal, you will have some sense of what the proceeds of this whole effort is, which goes into your decision on bonding. So we've got some cash, a little bit of cash, we'll have the proceeds from this, and the rest will pretty much be bonding. That's up to you. But this is all synced up, so you'll know those numbers and you can make an informed decision.
Well, again, on that topic, I think, you know, again, reverters make me nervous, especially if I'm the seller. It's like we're moving them. So deed restrictions are going to be important. And that way that, you know, they can deal with that as they get to a particular project that there's one item on there that kind of messes it up. But when we talk with the city's comfortable with that release to do the project that they're talking about. Those are the kinds of things that I envision happening. But reverters, to me, could potentially ties up money as far as us assuming it's going to be available to be a down payment. So, I mean, I understand the concept of reverters, but I'd like to see them in the deed restrictions more to protect us and to get the money and move on, kind of thing. So,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, what's the guesstimated timeline for that whole like a year? I don't.
Yes, sir. I would say, based on your, go ahead, Leanne.
So we're in April. If we release in May, we would want 90 days for proposals to come in. So that puts us at August. And depending on the number of proposals, it may take, 6 to 8 weeks to evaluate them. You see this team here today, but we'll bring in our team of chartered financial analysts, and construction team to help evaluate the proposal. So we're expecting an award in the first quarter of next year after you all consider the shortlisted firms, and then it's usually 6 to 9 months to negotiate the legal agreements. Don may disagree, but typically that's the process. So I would say 12 to 18 months.
When we started down this process, I was like, why are we releasing it this early? And as I go back to all the deals that she was talking about around the country, those timelines aligned with the completion of our facilities out in, for our new campus. And so I asked that same question, and just typical experiences that it takes that amount of time.
You talked about emerging market, and I think that's a good description versus other markets that might be harder. Just on the market, and I always try to think about the outside variables that are out there in the world that play on that market-driven demand. So it's not static. So we're releasing today versus 6 months from now when it could be a different. What are key variables that you see out there that you're nervous about? Or is that a fair question?
Other than just, those that are uncontrollable, what's going on in the world right now with wars and gas prices, I don't see any variables. And frankly, I'm grateful that our timing is now, not 2 years ago, because of the good work that the city of Clearwater is doing, the Gotham project and all the good things that, there's a new hotel going up. So I'm grateful that our timing is now versus 2 years ago, for example.
No, that's why I mentioned the word emerging market. I think they've done a great job, a great start to what they want to get accomplished. So that's good point that you just raised. Commissioner Latvala, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the city has done a great job, and a couple of our leaders are here, the city manager, the mayor. I think Mr. Battle from the great city of Jacksonville is here as well. And Councilmember Teixeira is behind a pole that I can't see. But I've thought of a variable yesterday that I wanted to talk about. And Commissioner Peters has talked about a couple of times trying to monetize county assets and thinking outside the box, and because you never know what's going to happen. Our old friends in Tallahassee, like to, do things that are unorthodox from time to time, and they're good folks. I do speak from experience. No, and they're well-intentioned. But just yesterday, a state representative announced an initiative petition process that he's leading to get rid of all property taxes. That will be, if he's successful, which there's no reason to believe he's not going to be successful, would be on the 2028 ballot. And if it's on the ballot, I suspect it will get 60% of the vote because nobody wants to pay property taxes. But it would get rid of all property taxes, not just homestead property taxes. One thing that Commissioner Scheer has talked about is doing this as a lease. And he's a lot smarter than I am when it comes to real estate development. That's what he does professionally. Is there a concept to doing two competing RFNs? Is that something that y'all have done previous, where you do an RFN for fee simple simultaneous to an RFN for like a 99-year lease? Because I would hate to sell our properties and then in a couple of years realize we're not going to be able to monetize them.
So we have included in the RFN, and we've done this other places, something called a pilot, which is a payment in lieu of taxes. And it was actually just written into the legal agreements over in Boca because of this very issue. If the city or the county is counting on tax revenue coming in down the road and it goes away, you want to make sure that you're protected. So the provision in the RFN states, and I'm going to just overly simplify it. Basically, if you paid $10 in taxes last year and ad valorem taxes go away, you're going to continue in perpetuity to pay that $10 in taxes. So we have a provision in the RFN that states if the property taxes go away, they will continue to pay what they otherwise would have.
Okay, and that's in this current RFN?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Has anybody received a copy of the RFN? There's an actual RFN out there that we haven't been?
It's not been released, but we do have it in draft form. We're still making updates even based on feedback that we received from you all here recently.
I'd like to see that. I'm surprised we don't have a look at the preliminary RFN to make the evaluation of how we're moving forward. Just a quick observation.
Well, it's still in draft, if I might, and there's some pretty big decisions that you're weighing today that we're waiting to inform that in our, based on today's meeting, if there isn't another meeting alluded to, our thoughts were to finalize that and bring it to you.
Well, then if it's not finalized and it's in draft, I kind of like Commissioner Lott-Volatle's idea of including with the RFN a option for them to present us with a lease proposal.
Or if Commissioner Peters would like to. So just Commissioner Lott-Volatile, I think your point, what you were just saying though about the two RFNs, it's not if property taxes go away, we're going to lose a few $1 million from this property. It's if would be our ability of collecting hundreds of millions of dollars from all the residents, and that we would have a loss of revenue if we did a ground lease for 100 years here. We would collect rent for 100 years, upwards of maybe $500 million we would collect over 100 years versus selling it one time for $50 million that we would collect. And then that was kind of more of your concern, is that we would lose the revenue of all the residents if they abolish property taxes, and ways to offset that.
Yeah, I mean, if we lose all property taxes, we're gonna have to figure out ways to, pick up revenue and offset revenue. And unless we want to put Chair Eggers to work at the county car wash, we're going to have to. Yeah. Well, we're going to have to figure out ways to be creative, and Commissioner Peters has brought up good points about monetizing our assets. Well, currently, we're sitting in one of our greatest assets.
Right.
And so, if we're faced with uncertainties of not being able to have property taxes, perhaps we need to think about getting in the leasing and landlord business and not the real estate sales business.
Well,
and so that was kind of my point.
Right, not like the
if I might,
taxes for this, yeah.
So just to understand y'all's concept, our understanding, if you were to do a ground lease, is that we would simply lease the ground to the developer. They would build the improvements. So there would be, some nominal money coming in, and I guess the strength of that's over time. We did not contemplate that the county would be the builder of the assets and the lessor of those.
That's where the big money is
Correct.
if you were in rent, then we'd have to put out the $250 million to build stuff, and that's where you get rent. Otherwise, you're just getting ground lease, money, which would be, a couple $1 million, not hundreds of millions of dollars.
Well, I think $5 to $7 million over 100 years would be $500 million, or roughly. So.
Excuse me, Chair. Your microphone, Chair,
Never
please.
heard of a joint, two RFNs out on the marketplace at the same time. It just doesn't make any logical sense to me, professional sense or anything. But I may be dead wrong. So if we've got experiences like that out there, I mean,
We don't, and I think it would be very confusing to the market. I think the market developers would say, you know, what do they want? And I think it would be confusing to the market. We've never issued two joint RFNs for the same property, for the same project with different transaction structures.
okay, all right. And I'm not, we're just talking around the table here, so.
Well, a simple option for the developers that are going to be sending us a request for negotiation, an option for them to provide a land lease alternative would be a good alternative for them to throw in. They don't, we can pick and choose. That's not two RFNs out at the same time. That's just here's an option.
I understand. I'm not sure that me as one of the 7 want that, because I want cash so that we can down pay on the purchase of our new stuff, the land and the building and all of that, which is going to be significant. I'm not sure what that number is estimating to be, but it's significant. And I'd like to, that's why I don't want reverters so much, because I want the cash and I want to have it unencumbered and pay down as much as we can. Now, the process that Commissioner Latval has brought up about getting more resident input, that's fine. We get that. Add it to what we've already done on the 2045 plan. We have a pretty good sense of, and the builders or developers that they'll have a good sense. Like, okay, we saw this in the 2045 plan. We got additional kind of comments. We're good moving forward. I mean, I think that's what they want to know, how much certainty they have in the development process. So anyway, Commissioner Peters. So.
Well, I was just going to concur on what you just said on no matter what our friends in Tallahassee do, we have to, and I have said it, and I appreciate you repeating it, that we have to get creative and find out other ways to generate revenue. So that's true, but we also cannot incur significant debt with the potential of losing tax revenue. So I would rather see us get creative on some other ways that we could. I don't want more debt on that property that was going at the ICOD. I really don't. I don't want to put it, we are a really healthy county that doesn't have a lot of debt. We have very little debt. I don't want to go getting into debt. So I'm more inclined, as what Dave said, is get the money and ensure that we aren't in debt. That said, it still is going to behoove us to find ways in which we can either significantly cut costs or generate more money. And I don't know if we've done that, and I don't know if we've worked into that plan. I mean, I know we can't distribute electricity, but can we generate electricity on that building and provide our own electricity and save money on powering every one of those buildings? Is there any other way that we can think out of the box? And it would take Tallahassee to change that rule about generating power and using our own. It'd be great if we could use our waste-to-energy electricity and power our own buildings, but we
can't.
We're not allowed to by state law, but we could on that property because we own all the buildings and it's all government buildings, and we could.
Well, we have a power generation station here that I think is questionable, but whether there was a good long-term investment or not with the cost associated with it.
So, yeah,
I mean, we can evaluate those options.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that we do have to start thinking that way. We have to just start shifting our thinking and go, all right, how are we going to generate money that is not tax dollars? How are we going to generate money that isn't tax dollars? And I agree with that, but I also don't agree with getting into debt. And that's where we got to find that balance.
Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with trying to just keep this as simple as we possibly can, maximize the value of those properties. We need the cash. I don't want to incur any more debt that we have to. And we have hired some excellent professionals here to give us recommendations and options of guiding us through that process. I think we should listen to them. So I think they've given us some really, really good options here, and they're going to continue to really give us good options. So I'm putting my faith in them. Thank you. It's 3 and 3.
Don't let that get to your heads. But you all have done a great job, and I really appreciate the guidance you've given us. So thank you, Commissioner Scott, for your comment. I think, what more do you need from us?
Well,
One more slide, but go ahead.
well, I just want to get, is there consensus around fee simple for us to move forward?
There is for me.
One,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Versus lease.
Versus the lease, Chris?
Yes, he said, he talked about adding it as an option within the, if the developer wants to address it, they can. I personally want to
We
stay
have to
away.
move forward, and I didn't see another way forward. Are we going to be
Okay.
deadlocked on what to do?
I didn't see Commissioner Flowers.
I didn't.
You good with fee simple? Okay. Then, so we'll put it out as the fee simple. Okay?
Yeah,
All right.
I think that's the direction
Okay.
we're heading now. Thank you.
Last slide, y'all, and this is following on the process slide that we had before. So the town hall meeting that was suggested by Commissioner Latvala and the group really rallied behind, the Palm Room seems like a good place to do that. This would be open to all stakeholders. You know, I think you all had indicated a desire for Commissioner Latvala to help chair that meeting.
Who said that?
District Commissioner.
Kidding. I'm teasing.
And
It'll be after your bedtime.
so,
That was a good one.
so taking those cues, this is what we've cast for y'all to consider. That, of course, everybody deserves some context and a brief presentation from us on how we got here, what are the goals that are underpinning this. And we want folks to weigh in on the goals. This is the early part of the process. Where it's really going to get interesting is when those responses come in. The normative statements that we're leading the developers with is absolutely important for you to pay attention to. That's what they're going to fashion these responses around. And they're going to have different visions of that. It's going to have different permutations. So all that, we'd like when the group comes here, the public, we want them to vote. We're going to put the goals up on the walls. Which goals do you think are valid? Which ones do we need to shed? Are there some that we've missed? You will have the benefit of all of that before we release the RFN. And that's what we've kind of been holding on to it because we're drafting it, a lot of its terms and conditions and things like that. There's a piece of it that's the normative statements that we've repeated to you on several occasions. You've seen the evaluation criteria. So we just need to know, are the goals, is this structured the correct way?
And what I hope we do is, like, I think, Leanne, you said it well, when we talk about a lot of our criteria that we've put into the selection process to date, before we get additional input here tonight, whenever that is, past my bedtime, that we're okay with the process of, I'm trying to think where I was going with that. Thinking about the bedtime thing just threw me off. But the part with Leanne was talking about, letting them know that we were pretty much in sync with that 2045 plan, at least in developing the thought process and talking to the elected officials. So I think we just didn't come out of nowhere with this. I think that's really an important point to lead into the open conversation. So they get some kind of comfort in knowing that it wasn't just, our own idea done in a vacuum.
Yes.
It's really, I think it was really that's why I got comfortable with this, because we seem to be moving in that direction to try to be lockstep with what the city of Clearwater had kind of developed and what they had found out from their residents, 2, 3, whenever that was done, so.
Yes, sir. And many of the public that haven't watched these meetings might not know that. So we would definitely share that with them, hopefully some rich context. And then I think the thought was there'd be an exercise to have them weigh in on goals, and then there would be a microphone, and they can, 3 minutes per speaker, is our tradition, to verbalize their feedback and what they do or don't like about that. And we collect all of that and give it to you as the decision makers to help understand any final tweaks or redirection we need with the RFN process and structure.
Okay. Any other final thoughts before we?
I assume that there's expectation that we're all attending, even though Commissioner Latvala is sharing it. Okay,
No, I mean, we can all sit up here. That's what we talked about last time.
It will be an advertised public meeting, so you're certainly,
Would you say, Commissioner Latvala?
Last meeting, we talked about all sitting up here.
And
If you
Mr. Chair,
want.
we do intend to coordinate with board records to make sure that there's somebody there for minutes and that all of the sunshine requirements will be met, assuming that more than one of you would be attending.
Yeah, I'm sure we can make that arrangement.
If Chair Eggers wants to chair, he can. I just didn't want to obligate you to be here.
What's that? Oh, no, I would like to see the vice chair lead that meeting. That'd be great. Commissioner Nowicki.
And it's just one meeting. I think Commissioner Alvala said in his letter, I think like 2 meetings or so, but we're just dwindling it down to one with
Yeah.
predisposed ideas for the public to decide on. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Commissioner, your microphone.
One after what?
Well, after the developers submit their proposals. So you'd have one beforehand, get the public's input. After now, the developers submit their proposals, have another one. At that time, if the board, if you felt you needed an additional one, we could always add that. But
A second one, you mean?
a second one, after you see the proposals.
After the public has seen the proposals and they want to.
And after you get their feedback, it would be, then if you.
Was that like a regular commission meeting before we choose the one we choose?
No, we'll probably choose a special date on that.
So we're talking about.
Or we could do it.
actually 2 after. We talked
Have
about a
2
town
after?
hall.
Oh, okay.
And then a public hearing like you're talking about, Chair Eggers.
Okay, so one as a town hall and then one as part of a public hearing.
So that would be a second and a third opportunity to speak about
Yes.
thoughts.
Yes.
Okay. But not 2 before we release?
No, just one.
One before we release, one after we get all of them back, kind of the same kind of format. And then, of course, during the public hearing itself, there'll be opportunities for people to.
Right.
And with all those 3, there'll be an online companion. We've talked to comms about putting information out there so folks can read it as well.
And you're saying one meeting before we release the RFN?
Yes.
One meeting before the,
Okay.
yeah, exactly. One after we get them back.
So one before we vote on it, or
Yes,
one? Okay.
and one the night that we vote on it, or the day, I'm sure it'll be night, but night
Okay.
that we vote on.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions before we leave? Again, thank you all.
All right.
Thanks to the team. Blaine, thank you. Don, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let's take a quick peek at North County, North County Service Center bonding considerations. Are we doing lunch?
Yeah, we have lunch. If you want a break, we can come back and then take on these 2
Yeah, I think
items.
maybe we take a break.
Yeah, that
and-
sounds good.
Yeah, we'll come back at, thank you, say 12:15.
What's going on with JWB?
Oh, jeez.
It's a mess.
thank you for letting us have a little bite to eat. I know we've got a couple of folks that will be peeling off at certain times, some sooner than later. So let's jump right into the North County Service Center bonding considerations. Barry?
Commissioners, at the last meeting, you asked us to look at what it would take to do to bond the North County Service Center.
Hey, guys. Hey.
You asked us to look at what it would take to bond the North County Service Center. So we put some, just general slides together. Obviously, as we said before, this was included as part of the penny projects. But if we looked at it as a 30-year special bond obligation, that would be at a 4.97. Again, that's an assumed interest rate at $50 million. What it does is it produces an annual payment of roughly $3.3 million. The way we would go about doing this, so we have there that's a part of the pay-as-you-go. The way we go about doing this is to do an inducement resolution, and that would declare our intent to issue the bonds. We could do that at a later date based upon that. And again, we would be pledging non-ad valorem tax revenues for the issuance of the bonds. But to answer your question, it's an annual payment of roughly $3.3 million.
And where does the funds come from?
It would come from general revenue. So each year when we develop our budget and we're trying to determine meeting our budgetary obligations for all the different services we provide and sheriff and everybody else, then this would have to be carved out of that. And so it would tax us each year as we try to get property tax relief. It would compete for property tax relief and for our operating cost associated with our annual budget.
So what argument are you going to be using when we talk about the government center?
The government center is, we've talked about that. That is going to be an annual obligation that we're going to have to come up with. This would be on top of that, dependent upon the outcome of that. It's $3.3 million. Again, so you asked what it would be. This is what it would be, and that's how we would assume that cost.
Okay, so we can do the resolution, declaration of intent resolution at some point, just to make sure that we carve out a possibility. When do we need to make the decision that we're going to go and ask for that? I mean,
do you have a timeline on that, Chris? So if we declared it, we could, to Commissioner's point, we could do an inducement resolution that would give us the option of issuing bonds at a later date. His question is when would we actually need to move forward with issuance of bonds if we wanted to do that?
So we're looking at early next calendar year, right around the same time we have a guaranteed maximum price for the downtown camp.
No, this is for the North County Service Center.
Oh, for North County Service Center. So we could do that at any point. We'd need to bring it in front of you. The real consideration is that you can have 2 months backwards that you can pay for with the bond and 3 years forwards. So
you could do it any time within the next 3 years then.
Well, we need to get the
you'd have to have the cash.
We need to have this in place beforehand before we spend. So.
Okay. So you could do the inducement, and then we could make a decision later if you wanted to actually go forward with the bonds.
Okay.
That's correct.
Again, I think that again, what I was trying to get at on this one particularly was the trade-offs, because I see it as trade-offs. We're going to be freeing up $50 million that are within our penny for Pinellas spending. And I have heard time and time again, you all looking for penny money, that we are maxed out. We're over, there's more projects than we have money anticipating coming in on the back end. So that was a thought as to why we might bond. And the other is the whole argument of it not being borne 100% by current residents. So that was why I brought it up. And again, I assume that we're talking about this method when it comes to the big the campus.
Same conversation, yes.
What is that? Give me a rough. What are we talking? You're talking about 317,000 square feet. 300.
Yeah, we're going to bring that back to you. It's a little bit over that since we went to the one-on-one and got rid of, some of the things. We're going to show you that here in an upcoming presentation, but we're really close to the original amount.
And the bonding numbers on the building and FF&E,
The
So you
bonding
could-
number will be on everything, and we're going to be bringing that to you soon.
Everything being the building construction.
Correct.
The land purchased, no, we can't do the land, that's already been,
Correct.
that's too long ago.
That's correct. And again, we do have money set aside within our capital plan for that. And so we have some money. We would recommend using some of that money and bonding the rest. But again, that's part of that overall consideration that we're going to be bringing to you.
What was the number that was used for that FF&E and per square foot price? Is it somewhere in the $400 a square foot?
I apologize, Commissioner.
That's okay. It's an unfair question and on short notice, but I'm just trying to get some sense of what that looks like.
Yeah.
We've really got three different types of buildings: the judicial building, the parking deck, and the office building. But all in, the number that we were tracking before was around $333 million. Now, we've got about 5% extra in validating the space program, and that number is a couple of years old, hasn't been escalated to midpoint of construction. We're in process of that now, so we should have an updated number within the next week or two.
The total of the three, but broken out individually. I'd like to be able to see them individually.
Yeah, and we're going to have a whole presentation on that because we now have a complete program and they're into design. And, you know, as we decided before that we're going to build a parking garage versus doing surface lot and things like that. So we're very close to bringing that to you.
Okay. But bonding, you are allowed to bond, not just building construction, but also FF&E?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
So.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, again, we talk about $3.3 million, and you know, give me an idea what that percentage of our revenue of our general fund is. Small.
It's a small percentage.
I know. I'm just trying to put it in context.
Yes.
Okay, $3.3 million. It seems like a lot of money, but I just like to know the context that we're looking at.
What's your general fund?
$1 billion, right around $1 billion.
Right around $1 billion.
$1 billion. Okay. Thank you. Any questions, Commissioner Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we paid this now, we paid it with penny money, but if we
Correct.
bonded it, we'd be using general fund to pay it back?
Correct. Non ad valorem, but yes, general fund.
Not ad valorem.
Non ad valorem, but still general fund.
Okay.
So yes, this was budgeted as a penny, and but you could switch that and you could pay that off over time,
Right.
as outlined here.
I mean, my thought on this is, since we've already got it budgeted, I'd rather not incur any more debt, because we know we're going to have to incur a lot of debt with this new campus. I mean, if we wanted to, I'm open to having this discussion further, but I would want to know what else we would do with that $50.2 million. I mean, if there's a list of gotta-haves, that we could do these really big things here and really improve the community or quality of life, I mean, maybe that's worth a discussion, but without knowing what that list could potentially be, I'd rather just not incur any more debt, knowing what's coming down the line.
And again, I understand. I think that trade-off's important to understand, that's all. Yeah. And just for perspective, and that might be something to have too, because we always do this when we want to tell a story, but to compare to other counties what our current debt is, I always remember it being like the best in the
Really low.
in the state.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in perspective, and I'm not saying that at all times it makes sense to bond things. I'm just saying there are times that the consideration is there. But I think even if we bonded all of this and you compare to what comparison, it's not like we're being bad users of borrowing. I mean, that's not, we can't ever be blamed on that. And this is definitely a 50, 60, 70-year investment.
Yeah.
So it's not, yeah, okay.
It is.
And it's and that payment is not for the entire time either. The payment, it's 30 years.
Yeah, it's a 30-year.
Life is 50 or 60.
We took it out as a 30-year because that's what we're proposing for the new campus. I mean, you could obviously do it at a different amount. But.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Nope.
I'll
Yes.
concur with Commissioner Scott. We got too many unknowns coming on the property tax issue, and incurring debt at a $3.3 million a year every year. We don't know. We have no idea what our revenues are going to look like. This is something we determine we need, so I'm not a fan of getting us in debt. Especially until we have an idea on what that property tax change is going to look like. I just don't see that being smart planning and getting in debt when you know your revenues are going to go down.
So the sooner the better, because you're going to want to have the inducement before you start spending. So you can go 2 months backwards and 3 months forward on an inducement resolution. So the sooner before you start spending, sir.
Well,
Soon.
yeah, I mean,
The majority of these costs are, it's going to be a bell curve of costs on the North County Service Center. So we could spend some of the penny now and get the inducement going. That's the, doing this on the fly.
You could spend penny money now and get it going and make a decision, but probably by the end of the year, you're gonna need to have made a decision one way or another.
But the inducement's really so that you can recapture those costs that we
Correct.
front?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So you could bond for the costs that you've spent within that inducement time period.
And so you're, the end of the year, again, I understand the whole thing about property tax and where that's going, and that's going to be the least of our worries if they get rid of property taxes.
Yeah.
And if they get rid of any of it, even if they do the increase in the exemption. I mean, we're talking about, well, anyway, I don't want to go down that path. But I just think keeping our options open is a good thing. I'm not suggesting that we, do it, but I think keeping the options are open. So I'd like to see it brought forward. I'm seeing a couple that don't want that. So I just want to see if I've got, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'd agree, I guess, with, Commissioner Scott's point. I guess I'd like to see like some of the penny projects, right? I mean, and we haven't had our bonding 101 class, so I don't know if we could bond some of those. I don't know if those are ones we missed because we lost some penny revenue. And so maybe I'd like to see some of those projects before where the money would go, bless you, where the money would go if we decide to bond this.
Okay, so just for clarity, what we're trying to do is we're moving forward or not with the inducement resolution.
Oh.
That's question one. We don't have to deal with whether we're going to actually do the bonding. Sounds like there's other questions that we'd like to maybe clear up before well, I'm not going to put words in everybody's mouth, but before you are making a decision on bonding. But the inducement thing, we can do that sooner rather than later so that we have the option to recapture those dollars. Is that right? Or?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and we could show you, I mean, obviously with the penny, you're right in the middle of the heart of construction, okay? The projects that we were planning 4 years ago, you're actually delivering on now. The penny, you always have more projects than you'll have money, in the penny. We are meeting all of our 2017 obligations, so all of those projects, which includes this, are funded within the existing capital penny projects list. The things that you are some of the out years, and there's always things that they try to add if you have money. But, and that's what you clean up at the end, and you'll make a decision there whether you do those this time or move them into the next penny.
But I think that's the point, though. They were wanting to see what some of those projects might be.
And it also gets more complicated because, like, for instance, we have a certain amount of money set aside, only a certain amount for Dunedin Causeway, right? And so we're trying to go through that project and whether that's going to occur or not, whether the state's going to take that or not. So there's a lot of outstanding pieces, but we could certainly give you a better sense of some of these capital projects if you want.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, then don't come back to us saying we're trying to find some penny money, because this is an opportunity to free up $50 million, which is about a half a year of penny.
It is.
So
it is. It puts pressure, and like I said, and we'll be happy to move that forward. It puts pressure on the operating, so then we're going to have to deal with that each year on the operating. When we come in and say, and you go, we want to reduce the property tax rate, then I'm going to have less revenue to be able to do that because I got to account for that in that future bond issuance. And so it's going to put pressure on the operating side But we could do that. The issue with the penny is that people want to add projects. And that's when we say, well, you can't
Understand.
because of pennies, spent.
Okay, well, at the same time, I'd like to get a handle on, because one of the selling points on doing this, in addition to having an obsolete building, was outrageous operating costs for the current setup that we have now, 500,000 square feet, all of this property, the old buildings, the inefficient buildings, and that operating cost is this much.
Yep.
And the operating cost will come down significantly.
Correct.
There's a savings there.
There is.
That's going to be realized in that same.
In that bond
general
issuance.
funding.
Yes.
Increase in, there's a trade-off, that's all I want.
Yeah.
So I would like to see at least keep the option open, and then this commission will say, no, we're not going to bond that one. And but if we don't do that soon, then we're losing that flexibility. So, but I only have one person so far, so that wants to, I think you are okay with considering it.
Yeah, I mean, if
for the-
we're just doing an
for the
inducement resolution that doesn't obligate us to bonding it,
Okay.
and then we get some more information on these penny projects, then.
Yeah, I'd like to hear, I'd like to see that, and I'd also like to see that operating cost comparison, because that's going to be significant as well. It may not be 3.3 million, maybe a lot more, maybe half, so some of that will be, some of it we'll save on operating, for sure. Is there any other there's two people with an appetite to at least keep the resolution. Two, yes, you're okay with the inducement resolution? Okay, that's three. Yes?
Yeah, I mean, if we want to do the inducement resolution, I'm fine with that, and then look at projects. I'm just going to be clear that it's not my preference to bond this, to incur more debt, unless there's a really good reason to do it.
Okay.
So if there's a really good reason to do it, if we can come up with a good reason, then fine.
I kind of think I'm in the same place. I want to see, I want to see a really good reason before we do it. One of them's intergenerational, one of them's savings on cost, on operating cost. I mean, I'm telling you, it's going to be significant. So when you compare that savings to.
We're going to, we're going to need that savings for the bond payments. And those, as we get into that, we'll have a better idea, where we're at. Now, similarly, for the North County Service Center, we're paying leases and things right now that'll obviously go away, not for the clerk of court space, but for tax collector and property appraiser and things like that. So, but again, I mean, direction's clear. We'll prepare an inducement resolution, then we can have further discussions about capital during the budget.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
All right. Everybody okay with that?
All right.
Okay, we got the 4. All right, we'll move on to item number 4, which is I don't know how Kelly got away with 55 slides.
I don't know either.
But that's your,
I approved them.
That's her allocation.
Reluctantly.
That's her allocation for a year.
Do you promise?
But it was, I mean, these are a lot of the questions that you've asked over the last year around stormwater, and it was good. And I've asked her to, kind of go through it quickly, but all of it's kind of building blocks of pertinent information as we kind of, get some direction on where we want to go with this. So there were different buckets we could have broke this down into, but it is a good slide deck, and so there you go. So it shouldn't take that long, but it was all relevant information, so.
It was interesting. I was at a chamber event this morning, and I was just talking about different things that we'd be talking about, the 55 slides. And I said, if you need something to just come, you can join us. Actually, there was a couple questions of interest about the topic. So it's not like the topic's not important to people. It's just 55 slides of stormwater management might be a lot. So you're on, Kelly.
Thank you. Kelly Hammer-Levy, Public Works Director. And so our agenda here this afternoon is to talk a little bit about where Pinellas County has been, a little bit of our history, where we are today, and where we're headed when it comes to stormwater management. And this is a story not just shaped by our geography, our development history, and the realities of living in arguably the most urbanized coastal county in Florida, but it's also a story of planning, of looking forward, of collaboration, and major investment in our community. So we're going to start with some of those key characteristics of stormwater. I am going to slow down a little bit at the front end because it allows me to speed up at the back end because there's a lot of I's dotted and T's crossed from doing that. a little bit of the regulatory snapshot of the rules we work within, and some of our historical development challenges that have, that's why we are where we are type of a thing. So some very key characteristics of stormwater runoff. We're going to talk about, runoff generation and pollutant transport. Those two things go hand in hand. And then the impact of high volumes of rapid water, channelization of our systems and what that's caused. And then, understanding that, stormwater is not wastewater and they're handled differently and they're processed differently. And so, when you look at the image there on the right, it really tells the story. When you have low density development, not a lot of impervious area, you've got open channel systems, that can expand and contract with rainfall. A lot of water percolates into the ground. You have less impacts. Obviously, the more you urbanize, more of our floodplains are constrained, infiltration, that water seeping into the ground is reduced, more of it runs off compared to the natural environment. And that's where we start to see some of the challenges. Runoff, from impervious surfaces is not only greater in volume when we make something really hardened, but when we constrain our creek systems, we channelize them, the water moves a lot faster. And that leads to really high peak flows during storms, which exacerbates flooding, erosion, and degrades the environment. So this is an example of that creek during Hurricane Milton. And in less than a day, it went up 10 feet. And in less than a day, it went from water that was barely moving to over 466 cubic feet per second. It was ripping through there. And that is kind
What
of
was that number again?
466 cubic feet per second.
I'm trying to visualize what that is.
So it went from 2.5 cubic feet per
Okay.
second, which if you dropped a leaf on that water, you probably would barely even see it moving, to just like rapids.
20 times, or no, 200 times.
Very fast. So that's what happens in urban development when these systems are channelized. You get those really high peaks, really fast water compared to a more natural system. The water expands into the floodplain. The water comes up and down much more moderately, and you don't see those types of impacts. And then I mention this because there are over 700 systems in the country that have what we call combined, sanitary sewer and stormwater overflows. I actually used to live not too far from 3 of them up near Akron. And so we have a lot of folks that move here from other places, and sometimes we have these issues like we see on the right, where they start pumping something into our stormwater system, and then we have to show them where it's actually going and say, they are separate, only rain down the drain, and it's really important. It's an ongoing conversation that we have with the community.
But our sanitary line on that last picture, it actually does in many cases absorb stormwater into our system, which does burden our
Yes.
our plants.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Equal problem. Yeah. So looking at the types of flooding that we experience here, rainfall is probably one of the most common ones. I mean, this can be an afternoon storm. It happens any time of year. We get one of those, what we call like bursts of rainfall. It's really quick, a lot of rain in a very short period of time, but it tends to run off really quickly. Once the system's gone, it moves. When that rainfall swells a creek beyond its banks and that creek starts to spread out, or that river starts to spread out into its floodplain, that's when we experience riverine flooding. Groundwater flooding, if you think of the ground like a sponge, and we get so much rain over time that sponge just cannot absorb anymore, the water moves to the surface. And this can be really stubborn, especially in our area. We have really the shallow groundwater depth there. There's just not a lot of storage space in our soil, so this can hang around for a long time because it takes a while for that to dry out. And of course, the flooding that we are probably most familiar with is related to our coastal system, and we have high tides that water just backs up into our neighborhoods. We call it sunny day flooding. It's not really related to a weather event. It's just a tidal event. We have, of course, the storm surge that we are very familiar with. And then even this past winter, when some of those fronts were coming through and chopping away at our brand new beach, those, couple that with a high tide, and you can get really localized wave action that causes flooding as well. And then during 2024, this was probably one of the is a great example of what we would call compound flooding. It's when these things occur simultaneously. And, you know, just to give an example, in Cross Bayou, I took a look at that area because it's right in the middle of the county. We had a lot of flooding around it. When Debbie hit, we were in early August, we were at about 88% of our annual average rainfall by that point. Then comes Helene, and well, you're like, well, they're inside. Well, yes, but Helene did drop 3 to 4 inches of rain, and the surge from Helene went in both directions. It came into the Cross Bayou Canal from the Boca Ciega Bay side and from the Tampa Bay side. So when those water levels come up from surge, the rainwater has nowhere to go. But we also then had Milton, who came in with 14.5 inches of rain in this particular area. You know, so here we are, you know, at the end of our storm season, and we've received 150% of our average annual rainfall at 76 inches of rain. It's a lot. And, you know, so when you add these things all together, it's much worse. You know, if a 14.5 inch rainfall had occurred when we were dry and our storage areas had capacity, the picture looks different. And this is just an animation that NOAA put together that kind of goes through that. This is that high tide flooding as it backs up into the road. You add rain on top of that, and again, there's really nowhere the water can't leave because the tide is too high. You add wave action on top of that. You add surge on top of that. And the stormwater systems do not function during these scenarios. This is a community we're very familiar with, and it's an example of that rainfall, riverine-driven flooding. In the middle there is the digital elevation map. So it just shows you how low that area is. You can see a higher point across Lake Tarpon. It gives you an idea of elevations, but in that particular area, you know, it is in the floodplain. Some of it is actually in the floodway, and it's very low-lying. So in this regulatory picture, the big blue circles are something happened at the federal level. Smaller blue, something happened at the state level, and the green are the county things. And what I really want to focus on here is, you know, some of the red. At the very beginning there, you see in that 1950s, we weren't really dealing with stormwater there. We had, you know, some building permits, we had some zoning, but we didn't deal with stormwater back then. And by 1963, 39% of our urban area was developed without stormwater. We go through the, you know, late 70s, early 80s, we're starting that process. We're developing master plans. We're really starting to look at this because we're frankly having a lot of drainage problems. The state doesn't regulate development until 1982 for the first time. And so you see there, like around that 1989, 1990 timeframe, now our urban areas are 81% built out. So you start to understand a lot of the challenges we're having is because our infrastructure is old and it was developed before we knew a lot about stormwater and how to manage it. In that 1990s timeframe, the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, that's our stormwater permit program, came out, and now we're regulated. And how we manage that system, what we do, how we address flood control, how we treat that stormwater is now in a permit that we adhere to and we report on each year. We implement land development code as we move forward into the future, but again, still by that early 2000s, you know, our urban areas are built.
How about the large residential neighborhoods that were built? I know individual homes, you don't have to have stormwater, but like when did we start requiring large development of homes to have their own stormwater on site?
The county in 1990.
1990?
Yeah. Now, the state had some permitting back in 1982, so you'll see some of that as well. But again, we learned, so, you know, that was something that, you know, the state learned back in 2007. They did a statewide stormwater assessment because the rules that were put in place in 1982 and then 1985, there was some changes to those rules. There was it's based on presumption. It's like you design a site to this level, there's a presumptive criteria that you're achieving what you're supposed to be achieving. In 2007, the state published a report. They had studied this presumption across the state, Panhandle to Miami and everywhere in between, and found that the presumption wasn't quite right. And that is what ultimately has led to the statewide stormwater rule that went into effect at the beginning of this year for quality. We are still today reliant upon rainfall curves that were used in the 70s and 80s.
And maintenance of all of those are the responsibility of the property. They're to take.
Some of it, yeah, but some of it, if that subdivision, for example, if those roads were conveyed to the public, then the pipes and drainage easements and the roads and all of that were conveyed to the county. And so that's, some of the challenges, we had, Lakeshore Estates. That was a very challenging neighborhood. The roads were very challenging. The stormwater is very challenging. So that's an inheritance that we're now, we were trying to resolve.
But the pond itself still remains a responsibility of the.
It's in the early days, they would divide up a pond like a pie, and each resident would get a slice of that pie. And we would have typically an easement for inflow, outflow. So we make sure water can get in and we make sure water can get out. More, newer developments, let's just say 1990s and forward, most of those are HOA owned, which have their own set of challenges. And so that picture that, the federal government is the big umbrella. When you talk about that stormwater permit that we're regulated under, that's delegated down to DEP. So that's who really we report to, but they report to the EPA. The Department of Environmental Protection, they do regulate some development activities, but it tends to be the big stuff that we don't really see too much here, very power plants and industrial plants, mosaic, things like that. And we have the Water Management District, who does more of the development permitting at the local level, district level, if you will. But they also have a really great program with regard to watershed management, and I'm going to talk about that later. So I just want to mention it here because they are a key partner, and their surface water improvement management program. So they also have a focus on improving the natural environment, and we have 2 swim water bodies here, Lake Tarpon and Tampa Bay.
And commercial properties are dealt differently, but redevelopment actually provides good opportunity to improve.
Absolutely.
The stormwater.
Incremental redevelopment is a great benefit, yeah.
For stormwater runoff. Yeah.
Absolutely. And that's where the local stuff comes in, because as you move from hierarchy, the Southwest Florida Water Management District, they have a set of standards that goes across 16 counties. Urban Pinellas County doesn't necessarily look like Hernando, doesn't necessarily look like other, communities. So that's where local regulations will come in to focus on specific issues that are going on in that particular community. And this is a picture of some of our history. These are, older development practices where we channelized, where we straightened streams, and then, you've got development right at the edge of it. And obviously, I know you have all received calls about situations like this where communities are nervous about what's going on in their backyards. This is an area, too, where we channelized a stream, and then we culverted it. And during Milton, those culverts blew apart because it could not handle the volume of water.
Kelly, on that previous slide, it makes me think of like communities or little creeks like Mullet Creek, let's just say, is one that comes to mind, where, I'm not saying that's Mullet Creek, I'm just saying it's a condition that some entities might not be assuming responsibilities so that it becomes the owner's responsibility. How did the creeks become the owner's responsibility? They didn't buy the house with the creek, but maybe they did. When did that become like their property? It just seems like counterintuitive to me.
You know what, I've got that in a little bit.
Okay,
So
all right.
I'll
Okay.
just keep you moving this way. I know there's a lot of slides, and
Okay.
but I am going to touch on that private property.
Thank
Thank you, Commissioner.
40 to go, 40 to go.
So again, this is examples of, that high rate of flow, those high peaks related to channelization, and then some of the impacts we've seen. And this is some of the work that we're going to be doing with that NRCS contract that came to you at the last meeting, and then there'll be another agreement that ultimately comes forward. But these are areas we have to fix. And again, that the community we talked about, in Tarpon Woods, and focus on the map to the left there, that is the floodplain map, and the light blue is the 100-year. The dark blue is, the floodway, and we have homes in that area. And the creek's going to go where the creek's going to go under certain situations. And so those are the things that we inherit, and how we help those communities and what we change going forward really has an influence. And then the environmental impacts of that, because that rainwater runs off of everything, ends up out into the pipe, as Commissioner Shearer and I were talking about, those pipes that just go right out and everything goes with it. There are those bigger environmental impacts too, and we live around water, and water is just a huge asset for this community, and it draws a lot of people here, so caring for it is really critical. So where are we at today? We talked about our development history. We've got a high level of urbanization, a lot of impervious cover. Our development practices weren't necessarily, the majority of them were not regulated at the time. We've encroached a lot. But we also look at the physical characteristics. Our topography, we're really flat. It's hard to get stormwater to flow from point A to point B in a lot of places. We talked about that coastal influence. Our location, a lot of people say, oh, we got water on 2 sides. We have water on 3 sides. We are completely surrounded. Gulf, Bay, Anclote River to the north, which is a very flood-prone area. We have water all around us and everywhere in between. Our soils, we mentioned that. Our depth to groundwater is very shallow. Our rainfall patterns, we receive between 50 and 70% of our annual rainfall in the hurricane season. And we have numerous jurisdictions that we have to work with, and private property. And there's a lot more private property than there is public. So it adds to that challenge. When we are using our stormwater, our surface water utility, we can only use it in the darker blue areas, right? Those are the unincorporated areas. So the cities may or may not have a utility, a dedicated funding source for that stormwater, or they may or may not fully fund their operations and capital. And that's some of the conversations we've had with them, is that, no, we don't collect enough to do everything we do, and we do have to supplement it with general fund. And that one of the bigger challenges is a lot of the stormwater features are on private property. So there is an HOA development, or there's a commercial development, and they have a pond, and it's not functioning properly. It impacts the public system. But a lot of our major drainage channels are on private property, right, where we do not have maintenance rights. And that's just our historic, how we were platted, how the neighborhoods were created. Those channels run through their neighborhoods, and there's no easements for maintenance. There's no dedication to a government entity, and they do actually belong to the private property owner. So that's just a history of how we developed, where these areas were not set aside in the public interest. So we have some great partnerships, but we also have some disconnects. After the storm, we saw this a lot. This is kind of the difference maybe between the city and the unincorporated area. We're spread out all over the place. So a city may have a very clear focus. They have an area of maintenance they need, where we have a small area of unincorporated that we need to get to, but their priority's here. Our priority is somewhere else, and it's like, we'll get to that, but we are, we may not necessarily align on where we're working at the moment. There's various maintenance standards. The cities vary from city to city. Funding levels vary from city to city, but we understand our water is shared. It doesn't care about jurisdictional boundaries. It's going to go where it's going to go, and we need to work together to address those issues. We do have strong collaborations. We've had that permit that regulates our stormwater system in place since 1990. 22 of the cities and DOT are on the same permit with us. We call ourselves co-permittees. We meet every quarter and discuss a lot of these similar topics. St. Pete is their own because they're so large, and Bel Air Shore does not have a permit because they don't own any stormwater infrastructure. We talked about the vulnerability assessment. We did collaborate with 11 cities on that. And we're going to talk about watershed planning here, where we have collaborated with 9 of the cities to produce some pretty comprehensive work. So I mentioned that partnership with SwiftMud. They have developed a great set of guidelines for the development of watershed plans and how the data is collected, how it's modeled, and those types of things. And what that does is it creates a consistent set of standards. So we do every watershed plan the same. This way they can be integrated, this way that it's consistent, that way the cities are using the same information we're using. And we start with understanding where the water's going, how it gets there, our storage areas, our water quality. We go into developing a flood protection level of service maps, and it's down to the subbasin level within an area. So the one on the left there is the flooding level of service in the Starkey Basin. And then on the other side of that is the level of service with regard to water quality. All of that information feeds into best management practices, and that may be a capital project, but it may also be you need to do more maintenance over here, or there may be some additional public education and outreach. You've got some industries that may be impacting the environment, and you need to go talk with them. And we need to maintain these. If they sit on a shelf, they get stale, and the data does not work for us. And so this is an example of one of those partnerships in the Curlew area where we partnered with Dunedin and Clearwater in the Water Management District. And so this way, again, we're singing from the same sheet of music. We're talking about the same area. We have the same data, and we're utilizing this information to make decisions. And this is an example. The one on the right is the one I want to talk about. This is what comes out of a plan. It tells us, where should we be focusing our dollars to get the biggest bang for the buck. That is the channel that I mentioned where the culverts burst apart because it couldn't handle the flow. Well, our watershed plan identified that. We have a major channel that runs through there, and we have 3 culvert crossings that are recommended for upgrading. This is, our watershed plan identified that as a weak point, and during Milton, we learned it. So to date, the county has led the development of 19 watershed plans. But that's on the left. On the right, that is the coverage. So our cities, especially like Clearwater and St. Petersburg, they have developed their own. So we have really good coverage across the county. And since we follow the same guidelines and with the Water Management District, it helps keep things consistent. And we only have a couple of small gaps there along the coastline in that peach color. The modeling that we get from these projects is used for us to focus our maintenance efforts, our capital projects. We use it for the flood forecasting work that we do to notify residents when they're going to be impacted. It's also used for development. And each time a development comes in and changes the drainage, that model is updated, so we keep it relevant. And as I mentioned, it feeds right into our capital program. So we identify where we should focus for flood control and our water quality investments. So out of those 19 plans, 383 potential capital projects have been identified at a planning level cost of over $1 billion. So it's not a little lift, but we too have to make sure that these are the right projects in the right location. These are planning level projects, and then you have to go in and make sure that the ROI is there.
That's just the planning level.
That's out of those plans, yep. Mm-hmm. So today, we have 24 active projects in the CIP, and this is a snapshot of those for water quality, flood control, erosion. Those projects total an estimated $277 million. $87 million we're getting grant funding for, that's about 32%, and we have an additional $7 million in grant applications that are still out there pending. So the penny for Pinellas is critical here. It's what allows us to leverage and go after these grants. If we didn't have that funding, we wouldn't be able to bring back that additional money. I'm going to go ahead and highlight how we then take this information and focus on 3 watersheds. But you'll notice here that the county isn't necessarily always the biggest player, but we are a big contributor. So in starting with Joe's Creek, you can see the unincorporated area compared to the total. And then I'm just a snapshot of the assets that we maintain within that watershed. And you're familiar with the Joe's Creek Restoration Project that's moving ahead, moving towards 60% design now. This is a key example of where we took a meandering creek and we channelized it. And now we're looking at strategic widening, laying those banks back so that we can mitigate erosion and improve flood control, but also make this part of the community, a bigger part of the community. We're going to be upsizing the culverts at 34th Street. This is immediately adjacent to the industrial park. And there's some real benefits here. When you talk about roadway flooding and structure flooding, we'll be, potentially removing up to 14 buildings from the floodplain. and reducing flood depths by over 1/2 foot. I mean, that's a really big improvement. Our partners in the city of St. Petersburg have a number of stormwater and environmental projects, but they're also looking at their collection system and their reuse system, which again, as we mentioned, you know, keeping the wastewater and the stormwater separate is a good thing for a lot of reasons. Our partners in Pinellas Park completed a roadway project that eliminated a heavy sediment load to the creek, and as they also partnered, did a public-private partnership with Sam's Club to improve a stormwater facility that was benefiting them in the neighborhood. Kansas City is 5 projects that are going to be going forward to their city council here very soon, focused around flood control and water quality in Joe's Creek. Looking ahead to Cross Bayou, same snapshot, again, the unincorporated area and those assets that we have responsibility for. It's a lot. We are working on a regional stormwater facility that will, Cross Bayou is considered to not be meeting water quality standards, so one of our goals is we need to do projects that help reduce those stormwater loads to the bayou and the canal. But also, the focus here is on creating a bank of stormwater credits that can help with redevelopment in this area, so that if they cannot provide the necessary stormwater treatment on site, they can buy credits. We also have Cross Bayou Canal Phase 1 and 2. Again, this is a major investment in the channel itself of restoring the channel banks, addressing erosion, sediment removal, and removing obstructions. And this is a partnership project with the City of Largo and Pinellas Park. McKay Creek, we have a long history in this basin. We actually purchased a number of repetitive loss properties years ago and constructed a stormwater facility, a sediment sump that we clean out, and a floodplain restoration that was completed just a few years ago. But we're also working on the operable lake structure project, where we're going to allow us to remotely draw down Walsingham Reservoir and Taylor Lake ahead of storms, and to avoid a lot of damages in the community. So you can see what the totals on what those proposed flood damage reductions would be. HMGP grant paid for the design, and our construction grant is pending. We also just completed a preliminary engineering report, partially grant funded, to look at a number of improvements. And again, it does have a significant impact of removing about 3 miles of this area from the floodplain, as well as 4 homes. I think Barry mentioned this one a while ago about the City of Largo. They acquired the Pinecrest Golf Course just north of Taylor Lake. If you look at the channel there, it kind of runs through the golf course. Again, same thing. We constricted it. We made it very narrow. The worst part is, as you get to the north, it makes a 90-degree turn, and I'll tell you, stormwater does not like to move in 90-degree turns. But what they're proposing is a restoration of that that provides for a master stormwater facility for their medical arts district, addresses flood control and water quality, but also will connect to the Pinellas Trail and create another recreational amenity in the area. They've also recently completed some stormwater improvements in the Valencia Drive neighborhood, and next year we'll be working on a flood mitigation project in Church Creek, which is a small tributary to McKay Creek, kind of towards the Indian Rocks Road area. The City of Seminole just passed their stormwater utility this past year, so they're in their very first year, but they already have a number of projects identified to move forward with in this area as well. Above and beyond the capital projects, we do a lot of maintenance out there. So this is a look back of the last 5 years of stormwater maintenance in these 3 areas, between about $4 and $6.1 million spent maintaining those assets that I showed you. So where are we going? In 2023, we created a infrastructure report card, of which stormwater was a part of that, to compare ourselves, benchmark ourselves against the country as well as the state. And it's based on the American Society of Civil Engineers criteria. At that time, we were about the same as everyone else in that C area. We're updating this now. We probably will drop a little bit, I'll tell you, just based on the impacts that we've had over the last few years of the storm, and trying to work towards addressing some of those deficiencies that we have. We currently have a consultant who's been working with all the cities. Our major drainage channels, those are just low-hanging fruit opportunities to address. We have them in the majority of the area. They create a lot of frustration for everyone is from a maintenance perspective. So what we're trying to do is truly understand what is the need to maintain these major drainage channels so that we can look at how we might collaborate together to address a lot of this. And this project will be wrapping up this month. Again, we are continuing to work really hard to leverage the penny for Pinellas so that we can do more with what we have. And we've been very lucky to get a lot of federal and state money, but also those local partnerships where we cost share. We are going to be updating our hotspots. So our hotspots are areas where we have enhanced maintenance. So ahead of major storm events, we get out there and make sure things are clear. And we're updating that based on the storms of the last few years. Our asset management plan is also in renewal. We update that every 5 years. So we're in that period right now. And that'll, again, helps us identify those critical assets that we need to focus on and program them into the capital. We still have our hurricane-related backlog and the NRCS project I mentioned. We're also working on project ranking for future penny discussions. Because we have, like I meant, 383 projects. We need to whittle those down and make recommendations as to what might be important in a future penny. And then we are continuing to monitor our outcomes, just like we do in transportation. We have these dashboards where we are monitoring the infrastructure we're maintaining and what we have left to do. So a lot of slides, a lot of information. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Shea.
Yeah, I had some questions on the stormwater credit program
Chris,
you have.
could
Yes.
you make sure that microphone is right up there so we can hear you.
Okay. I heard nobody else has to sit that close. I'm quiet.
I don't know.
I don't
Maybe you're a
know.
soft talker.
Yeah. Your stormwater credit plan, who are you administering the plan for the credits and how they're created and?
Yep, yeah, we created the, I'll show you, we already have one that's over in the Leoman area, and nobody's used it yet. It will ultimately be handled through Building Development Review Services as far as if somebody wants to use it and they want to buy credits versus having it all on sites. But yes, we do have to.
Does it have to be in the basin that it was
Correct.
created in?
Yes, absolutely. They have to be in the basin. And we have to do that because when we get these facilities approved by the state, we are responsible for monitoring how many credits we sell and not overselling. So I'm going to put this.
If a private developer wanted to create their own mitigation, would they be allowed to do that, build their own pond and then sell credits? Is that open?
I believe the state is working towards something like that. Right now, I think the only regional facilities have to be government-owned.
So you have to build it, you have to own it, and you have to issue the credits.
Yeah. So the one we do have is right here, which is this upper area drains towards Sawgrass Lake. So we have the Sawgrass Lake covered, and then we're working towards. We need to find a good piece of property in the rest of the watershed so that we can have a regional facility over here. We have it in our plan. Property acquisition's been very challenging.
You have a minimum size property, you're looking for minimum volume?
Well, we want to maximize the amount of credits we can get out of it. So it's not so much about the size of the property because we can use other tools to get more out of it, kind of like we talked about with the Sunstar site, that we did a lot of those different BMPs out there, and they're really small footprint. In Joe's Creek, we're actually looking for something around, the 2-acre mark so that we can use an alum treatment facility because we can get a lot more treatment out of using an alum treatment facility.
Okay.
Kelly, how much penny money are we using on surface water projects? I mean,
The current projects in the penny is $277 million.
277, and that's the money that we're using to leverage
Correct, yeah.
funds. That's an area that we could use more penny money, just saying. So that was my first question. I don't want to mess in too much of the, watershed plans, floodplain management, and stormwater management. I mean, they're all kind of tied together. And then our relationship with FEMA is always there. We always listen to FEMA. So this has always bugged me, but we've gone along with it. And that's the, what do you call it? The flood, no, not floodplain. I guess it's the how we differ from FEMA on floodplain management, is it? On the water, on the Gulf side versus the Tampa Bay side. We're in line on Tampa Bay because they're more stringent than we were, and then in the middle we're kind of the same, and then on the Gulf side we are more stringent than FEMA. So that was that one has always bugged me because we've always said FEMA rules, but then so how does all of this tie in with? And maybe I'd like to just revisit that one at some point too, but how does all this tie into that?
Community rating system program.
Yeah.
Yep. It's all very, very interconnected because that's how we get points in the CRS system. So the watershed planning, the maintenance, the flood reporting, the land development side of things, it all ties into the community rating system, and you get a certain level of points for different activities. So that ultimately benefits our unincorporated area, who right now, if you're required to buy flood insurance, you're getting up to a 40% discount based on the work that we've done in these specific categories. I think I have some of them here. Correct. So if you remember, back in when we adopted the floodplain maps, the 2009 maps that had been in place for a really long time, the vulnerability assessment maps were very similar to those 2009 maps. And for some reason, and we could not get answers from FEMA, the newer maps that they were putting out made the risk lower, meaning the base flood elevation of a home would be anywhere between 1 and 5 feet lower than in 2009. So if you came in, and you're required to build a house, and that first finished floor elevation was required to be at 10, in 2009, the revised maps, it may be 7 or 5 for no reason. And we did not understand that. The University of Florida did not understand that when they did our modeling. They said, no, it's not that different from 2009, but it definitely didn't drop.
But we still don't have an understanding of that, because I still get tapped on my shoulder every once in a while from certain community partners that do a lot of work in that regard, and they plan around the old FEMA maps, obviously, that not the ones that we adopted. So let's not get into that one, but I do want to look at that again. I just want to make sure I have a clear understanding of the differentiation that we are from FEMA on the Gulf side. So just, again, I know they all play together, but.
Commissioner, we can go into that. We can also use map storms from 2 years ago and show you that the map storms actually show that the 2009 standards were appropriate. By lowering it, you would, again, people would have flooded out even more.
Well, I think that's what I'd like to see have that conversation. It didn't have that conversation 4 years ago, because when we had that conversation, it was before the storms.
Yeah,
So
there was a lot of difference in the data, and if you remember, when FEMA ultimately brought the maps forward to us, the data was already a decade old.
Right. So it's not now.
No.
I'd like to just get another look.
Yep.
That's a different topic, but they are interconnected in some.
Absolutely are, absolutely.
Okay, questions? Yes. Yeah, Commissioner Peters.
So out of the 9 watershed planning partners, are those, I assume those are cities, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then we have 11 that are partners in the vulnerability. I assume it's the same 9 in that 11, or not?
No, actually not. Most of the 11 are on the barrier island.
Okay.
There are 2 cities that are not on the barrier island that were part of the vulnerability assessment. That was Bel Air and Pinellas Park. But the rest of them are all barrier island communities. So those are the 11. The 9 that we have partnered with on watershed plans are all inland communities: Clearwater, Dunedin, Largo, Oldsmar, Pinellas Park, City of St. Petersburg. I'm sorry, I know I'm missing more because.
So those are the key ones that we absolutely need for the inland flooding. And so we have all the partners together. And are they all in agreement and partnering on, I know you said we can't do it at the same time, and that becomes problems, but I think when you look at the big ones, the conveyances, the Joe's Creek and the Cross Bayou, I think on the big ones, I think we have to find some way to partner in a way it's concurrent, you know, and I'm not sure how you bring in those private properties, and you know, that's something that might be worth. Well, Tristan's in here. I'm making him pay attention now. When you have a property that refuses, that's on a main watershed like Cross Bayou, and we have one development that won't partner and won't allow us to go in and clean that, and yet huge flooding happened. And I'm surprised after this Milton that they haven't come to us and asked us to assist them with that, because they had to have experienced amazing flooding during Milton. So I know we're going to meet and talk about this with some other cities, but I just think that somehow we're going to have to get everybody to get along, and if we need legislation that will allow us on those private property development things, if it's on a main watershed, is there any way that we can get some kind of law that gives us access regardless of their, to keep that creek, that waterway, that stormwater access clear to avoid flooding? And I don't know what that looks like. I'm not big on asking the legislature to preempt anything, but it's frustrating when you can get every city maybe together to get this to work, but then you have this one small area, that one development won't allow you to get in there to widen or make it better or improve, and it just causes the bottleneck on the whole thing.
We've canceled 2 capital projects because of that.
So, and so that prohibits our ability to have good quality floodplain plans and execute plans because of that. And so this is something, and I don't know what it looks like, Tristan, I'm not really sure, you know, how you do that, but when you have one community, and evidently if we had to cancel 2, we got way more than one, that won't allow those creeks to be cleaned out or the culverts made larger or whatever the case may be, it's problematic because it floods other areas of the county, and it's not right. And so I don't know how we do this, but I think, I really think it's something we need to, as long as they love preempting people, then maybe this is a great option for them to get excited. And somehow, they aren't typically about preempting the developers or the private property owners, but in this case, they're making us collect our stormwater and making us have water quality issues. But you have a couple properties that won't even allow us to be within the law. And so I think that's something that's going to have to be considered. You think, maybe?
Well, you're I mean, you're looking down
Right.
here. I mean, the hard part is obviously property, you know, personal property rights.
Yeah, I know.
You know, and I'm looking back because I haven't had this conversation about, you know, that's where you look at a taking, and you know, and that's a long process, but it is possible. And so to those, you know, that we're actually canceling projects, that maybe that's something we have to look at. I don't know the answer.
And to the extent that there's an obligation on the community to maintain those systems, enforcement is a possibility. It's usually quite difficult because none of them usually are even aware that they have the obligation to maintain these systems, but it's to the extent that there is something that puts the burden on them, it's at least a possibility we could look into.
And, you know, Commissioner, I think, you know, because we're saying where are we going from here? That was the last piece of the slide. The study that they're doing now will help identify some of those, and that was a conversation we had with Bart, you know, down in Pinellas Park, about what, you know, how can we do this regionally better? I can tell you a piece of that's going to be money. You know, there's just no question. You saw how successful they've been at leveraging other money. Public Works team, you know, has just been incredibly successful of using our dollars and leveraging a lot more outside dollars, state and federal funds and others to complete the projects we've completed. Now we have to identify where the interconnect between jurisdictions that there could be, better efforts, and it comes down to money, and a lot of times the jurisdictions don't have that, and obviously her program is limited, so that becomes part of that discussion. But hopefully the study will give us some better idea of what that looks like, because it's even with all this information, it really doesn't tell us where our problems are and what's possible, because there's going to be a limitation on what you can accomplish simply because these stormwater systems were built prior to the regulations in most areas. And so you're not going to be able to go in people's backyard and, create new, stormwater systems. It's economically infeasible, so.
Well, unless their house is flooded 2 or 3 times, then they want you to come in and fix it.
Yeah,
But their HOA or whatever it is that isn't allowing you in there is problematic, and I don't know. I'm not sure how we get around that, but it shouldn't be so prohibitive that we have to let other communities flood because of that. That's my thought.
Yeah. Well, when we get the study back, we'll bring that back here, outline what it has, and then have more discussion about this.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. You actually did that very quickly, so I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you. Don Kroll's going to come up with some comments on number 2, and as he does that, so I've tried to remember to thank Deputy McSweeney, Deputy Manley, and Deputy Atkinson like 4 times, and I've forgotten, so I apologize. Thank you again for what you all do for us every time, so thank you. Don, go ahead.
Commissioners, Don Kroll from your County Attorney's Office. First of all, I'm sorry for taking us backwards, but I wanted to clarify something because I think it got overstated. Commissioner Latvala, in response to your question, you asked about continuing through subsequent parties as far as deed restrictions and those kinds of issues. I want to be clear, there is a limitation on the reverter provision that's only good for 21 years. Those restrictions, however, continue to be enforceable in perpetuity, even against subsequent owners. So I just wanted to make sure that I clarified that. So I think I didn't say it well or may have overstated it before. And to Commissioner Egger's point, at 21 years, to the extent we put the reverters in as a mechanism, that would go away at that point too. Now, the restrictions stay the same, though.
You could sue.
Go in and get an injunction, a mandatory injunction, including threatening violations of those restrictions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that, I guess, brings up a question. So it could be possible then that subsequent buyers in the scenario that we talked about, buyers C, D, E, and F, could theoretically wait out deed restrictions.
No, they could wait out the reverter.
And wait out the reverter aspect of it to where we couldn't get the property back, and they wouldn't have to. Would they still have to build what they say they were going to build?
Well, first of all, the intent is to make the development requirements, they'll be much shorter than that 21 years, I would expect. So first of all, the development will have been built by then.
Correct.
And the things that they had promised to develop will be done. At least that's my expectation. Obviously, there's a lot of details open at this point. They don't get away from the deed restrictions either, as far as the continuing obligation to continue to operate them that way, in the way that the deed restrictions will tailor. While they may not lose the property after 21 years, those subsequent property owners would be subject to the county bringing an injunction in court to say, getting a court order saying, you must continue to do this way, subject to the contempt powers of the court should they fail to do that.
And what happens if the property owner says, we're not going to do that after the 21?
That's where contempt powers come in. You go to seek it, to enforce an injunction by contempt, which can be, there's different forms. There's civil, indirect, and civil contempt, indirect, and direct criminal contempt. So depending on how they did that, the court would have different authority on how to craft a remedy to make them do it.
do the courts have the power, the same eminent domain powers that we have?
It's not eminent domain, no. I'm not sure I understand the
Or
question.
like, could they seize the property?
That's probably not the remedy that would occur, more likely than not. And what we've seen, and we've used this in code enforcement cases in the past, where you seek an injunction, the court says you must comply, and then when they fail to comply, we go into the court and we say, Judge, they're not doing what you ordered them to do, and then the court can either fine them on a per-day basis until they do what they're going to do. In certain circumstances, for instance, where there's cleanup of a property, they've ordered the county to go in and clean it and lien the property. So depending on what the violation is, the court is in what's called equity at that point, and they can craft remedies that fit the situation. Does that make sense?
Sort of. Thank you.
So, Don, what you're basically saying is the reverter clauses have a shelf life.
Yes, sir.
And they expire.
The reverter part, yes. The requirements on the property.
That was a misunderstanding on my part.
It was poor communication on my part. I'm
was
sorry.
one of the reasons why I said, let's just go ahead with the fee simple option. So I don't even know where to go with that now. But it would not surprise me at our next meeting to say to everybody, I'm no longer in favor of this, just going solo for the fee simple option. I still like my idea of providing the developers an idea or an option to provide us with a land lease, because that might be something that's advantageous to them and us, considering this thing has a shelf life that I didn't know about.
I apologize for that.
No, I'm not placing any blame. That was a major consideration of mine.
Mr. Chair. I do want to point out, just for the record, I believe that when we took a little informal vote, it was 4-3 on the fee simple option. So.
I remember having 5, but.
5.
Oh, was it 5?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure where Commissioner Flowers was.
She said we weren't voting. I don't think she took a stance.
Well, what do you want to do?
Well, again, what's the question here? That
Question is
that we
whether it's
add
fee
in
simple
the
or-
request.
Well, I
that we
mean,
can
we
add
didn't
something?
know we got
That's why I said I
incorrect
don't-
information.
But I know, but that's why I said to begin with, that's why the deed restrictions are so important. What
Yes.
we come up with, we put in as deed restrictions, and you govern the use of the property.
But if there's way around them, I think that's important.
A way around what?
There's
Either deed restrictions and/or reverter clauses.
They're important to who?
the deed restrictions are enforceable in perpetuity.
Yeah,
It's only taking the land back under a reverter clause, and you will have the development built within 21 years. Otherwise, you got a whole different set of issues.
Yeah, the difference is in the mechanism of enforcement.
Correct.
So one mechanism has a period of time within which you can enforce it, and then after that, the mechanism to enforce it is just different.
I mean, I don't care who we sell to, but I don't want to see vacant property in our, in what used to be our land.
I'm sorry.
You know, if we sell to party A and they sell to party B, that then sells to party C, that then sells to party D, and party D says, I have nothing to do with the deal that you made with party A, and they take us to court over private property rights that we've just spent 4 hours talking about in other instances, and it becomes a private property rights battle. Are we prepared to be able to defend ourselves? Or will this land become vacant land for the next 20 years?
You have
the last
the reverter clause, though, is enforceable for 21 years. And so it doesn't matter how many times it changes hands. It's only that piece of it. The deed restrictions that we're going to put on the property are in perpetuity. And so they're enforceable in perpetuity. It's only the reverter clause, which, again, if somebody's going to buy that property and then settle on it for 21 years, we have the ability to bring it back. So you have the full enforcement ability for what you want, which is to actually have the project developed in accordance with what you approve. And so you have 21 years to get that done.
And Commissioner, what we expect is to have continuing within the deed restrictions that the occupancy levels are going to have to continue as well, so it won't sit empty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. Don, in our one-on-one, I mentioned something similar to this, where if it's, bought by A and then goes to B, and there's lease occupancy requirements, and an entity comes in and does it's master leased to one organization, and so they can say, hey, we've leased all of the property, it's at 100% occupancy, but the stores and nothing's occupied or ever opened, and then it's still dormant.
Yeah, you raised a great point in that, and we've talked since, and I pointed out that I agreed that you had a good point in that what we would do is put within those occupancy limits some finer detail about you have to be open X amount of period of time, available to the general public, all those kinds of things. And again, they're all the devil depends is in the details of what they propose to do. The restrictions will be tailored. The idea is whatever the developers tell us they want to do, that's what those restrictions will be tailored to have ongoing performance for.
Right, and then in terms of value, I mean, a developer is going to have to look at, okay, well, I may have to subsidize a business to come in here to be open X amount of time to meet that requirement. I mean, so now again, our value is most likely going to be lowered again. And so I think that, you could be good for 21 years, but then after that, I mean, again, I'm 33. I hope I live longer than 21 years. I hope all of us do. But, I think you have a real problem. After 21 years, they say, oh, okay, we leased it. If the county threatens to sue, okay, we fixed it, and then goes back to, dormant or not meeting those requirements. And it's just a shuffling game back and forth and a waste of time and money. So, but that's all. Thank you.
Well, Commissioners, we're going to have an open house coming up, so we're going to go forward and schedule that. You'll have another work session. If you choose to revisit that when you have all your commissioners here, you can do that. Obviously, from a staff standpoint, you heard our professionals that have built these things all around the United States. The recommendation stands as a fee simple. If you're going to get something done, we want to get clarity.
Yeah, and again, I think these master
can debate
developers
this all
that
day
are
long.
coming are going to be doing things by choice. I had asked about the different degrees of attractiveness of each property, and the major properties, the major attraction spots. That's going to be what triggers them. That's the ones they're going to have to make sure they're in line with what the city kind of wants to do and likes to do. That's the one they're going to move on soonest. That's the one they're going to try, and that's the one where issues will come up sooner as well. There may be some outlying properties that aren't quite as attractive, but they kind of are bundled together, that they're going to have to deal with a little bit differently. But that's not the sweetheart deals of the package that's being.
It's your downtown properties. We've had, over at Code Enforcement Building, we've had proposals for affordable housing developments and things like that. You'll likely see those types of things in some of the outlying properties, Swisher Building, some of the parking lots, Code Enforcement Building, things like that. We've kind of seen that as part of this process. But you're right, it's our downtown piece from here all the way over, past Fort Pinellas Building and things like that.
And not for today. I want to start going back down this path too long, but maybe for those subsequent meetings, just to find out again whether it's lease property, what's keep being brought up a little bit, and or the reverter clause, how that ties up money or doesn't tie up money. Again, we're going to sell this package for $80 million, but we have 4 of the properties that have reverter clauses. I'm just saying. Maybe all of them do, but let's just say that we put reverter clauses on 4 of them. Does that tie up our money for that 21-year period, or if they do, if it reverts to us, do we not have to pay back a piece of that? Just
The answer to that is no, we wouldn't pay it back, but I think it goes more to the tune of what Commissioner Nowicki was talking about. If reverter is the mechanism that's in there, is there a cost to that? Basically, anything you want to see beyond just selling it for the highest price is going to potentially reduce the cost. Where the fine lines about the mechanisms in place, it's going to vary depending on how firm you are and how much requirements are in there.
So what reverts? The ownership of the property?
Ownership of the property,
With no cost?
with no cost.
Okay, so what's the big deal about having a reverter clause? I'm not a big fan of them. I just assumed that when you revert property back, that you have an obligation to pay it back. So if you don't, then you can't lose.
The downside is in the value proposition for the people buying it, they may discount it because
They may offer,
that's the difference.
they may offer less for that.
Yeah.
You know, but again, they're not gonna, if you have it in there, they're not gonna,
Well, I mean, that at
they're not
least-
gonna violate it.
Right, yeah, and that's a choice we make. Maybe it's 90 million versus 75 million. I mean, you're making numbers up, but. All right, well, we'll have that discussion further down the road, okay? All right. We're going to zoom through the agenda. And
Yeah, it's a small
hold
agenda.
Hold on. I know you're like you're ready to take off. So just real quick, there's 3 or 4 things fast that I want to address, and then we'll go to that. Because as soon as that's done, everybody's going to like shoot.
Yes.
So I'm going to hand out a summary on the young man. Tiffany Downs presented Sergeant Nicholas Flowers. So we've talked about that, renaming County Road 1. I'm going to hand this out to you guys and just more formally get a temperature. I'm pretty sure I have the temperature as a go at the Tuesday board meeting. And then we're probably going to target May 18th, which is our Memorial Day presentation, to have that formally voted on by you guys. But I just wanted to hand this out to you and get the last nod was an unofficial nod. This will be an official nod to move forward. And so I don't want to beat that one up anymore. The Maroney event, by the way, we did get the money for that. So there's 10 seats, and I think three have been spoken for. So just let Stacy know if you're interested in going to that. It's June 13th, 6 p.m. at Ruth Eckerd Hall. There was some confusion, I think, and I want to make sure I was not confused on it, but I did not request and not mention anything about getting a table at the CFY banquet. I'm not, somebody said something that maybe they heard us say that, and I did not bring that up, did not say that. I think it's $3,000. I'm not proposing that, but I just want to make sure that I didn't mishear that around this table. The only one I brought up was for the Maroney event, which we agreed to. Okay. I'm not bringing that one up. Then I just want to make sure. And did I have anything else? That's all I have written down here. You had something real quick, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up to the board to see if anybody would be opposed to our social media team posting a Good Friday and an Easter post tomorrow and Sunday. So I don't know if there's objection to, or if we were planning it, I don't know, but hopefully we could get general consensus for a Good Friday and a Happy Easter post from our social media team.
I assume we don't have any legal problems with that, and if we're okay to do it, we can move on it.
I think it's fine. It is a religious holiday, so I would suggest trending away from religious messages, but I think it's appropriate otherwise.
Okay. You okay? Everybody okay with that? Yep. All right. Barry, you got that?
And if I could just intervene I do have a memo, folder going around with confidential items in there. There are 2 memos in there, so please, as it comes to you, make sure that you see both of them.
Commissioner Nowicki, thanks for bringing that to our attention. And I think that's all we had. Yes? Anybody else? Because I really know that we're going to want to run after we're done with Barry on the. Okay, go Barry.
Telecommunicators Week, Fair Housing Month Proclamation, and partner presentation from Habitat for Humanity. On to your public hearings, you've got a countywide map amendment, residential, low medium to employment. This is over in the Lellman area, and it was unanimously recommended. Item 6 is ordinance to revoke and repeal an ordinance with Jabil. This is at their request. Their business model has changed, and the exemptions are tied to a specific address rather than the company as a whole. So we're in alignment with them. They've requested this, and they'll have to pay back an amount that'll be estimated based upon the property appraiser between $18,000 and $28,000 from their incentive. They understand that. They are the ones that pointed it out. They've been a great partner. They've invested in 2 new facilities, which have created over 1,000 full-time jobs. And again, they're working with economic development on a 3rd facility. So, consent agenda, you got different reports. Item 13 is an agreement for the annual facility permit. So we give Raytheon a building permit, for the year for facility maintenance approval for various items that they do within their facility. Item 14 is declaring this is the surplus properties to sell our properties. Item 15 is change order number 2. This is it's a work order contract for various structures, concrete maintenance, minor repairs out in Public Works. Item 16 is local agency program agreement for the Florida Department of Transportation. This is bringing back the Ridgemore Boulevard project to the county, and you can see the breakdown of the project match between us and the state. Item 17, Second Amendment, term extension with recycling services. This is our recycling for unincorporated areas. Item 18 is submission of 3 Florida Department of Environmental Protection financial responsibility forms for Class 1 injection well permits. We need to do this. However, and then it says that we'll abandon them if they become inoperable, but we have no plans to abandon these 3 wells. This meeting that regulatory requirement. County Attorney?
Under 19, and actually it'll show up under 21, I've sent around the folder that hopefully you both will see with confidential items. There are 2 in there. Please take a look at both of them. 19 will be in that folder. Under item number 20, this is a request to file suit in the case it's referenced. This would be a foreclosure of a special magistrate lien related to a code enforcement issue. And like I said, under 21, County Attorney reports, there is an additional item that because of time constraints we needed to get on, but that item is located in the file folder that's traveling around for you to take a look at.
And I will have County Administrator's report. That's it.
Okay, well, that was a lot, but shorter than I thought. I mean, I thought we'd be probably going to 3 or 3:30. If Vala hadn't talked so much, we would have been done even sooner.
Now you can get home and take your nap.
That's not a bad idea. All right, anything else for the good of the order? All right, we're adjourned.